Kia ora koutou, ka mi nui ki koutou, kia ora. Welcome to this meeting of the Dunedin City Council for Tuesday, the 22nd of February 2022, an exciting date for palindrome fans if it's written in the short version. Welcome to council colleagues and to staff, and also to anybody beaming in from near or far to join us for this meeting. We have two deputations for the public forum, the first of which Mayor Dan Gordon from the Waimakariri District. Welcome, Your Worship. The next 5 minutes are all yours.
Kia ora, Mayor and Councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I understand you're considering a notice of motion, so that's what leads my presentation today. Look, I'm going to go through this reasonably quickly because 5 minutes will go by quickly. Look, we tried to achieve change within local government New Zealand, but they signed a Memorandum of Understanding that said that they wouldn't actively oppose the government's entity-based model. I don't advocate, neither does Communities for Local Democracy, leaving LGNZ. We think it's important to work from this from as many angles as we can to achieve a better result. We know there's a working group in place, and that's great, but it's got a very limited scope around the entity-based model. I hope it can extend beyond there, but that's entirely in the purview of that group. We came together last year for better outcomes for all our communities on Three Waters. We formed and established a Memorandum of Understanding. It's got objectives for what we stand for. We've engaged Malcolm Alexander as a consultant to assist us, so professionalised our approach. We now have 27 partner councils, and we're growing as an organisation. We agree better water and environmental outcomes are absolutely critical. We also believe that partnering with mana whenua and in the co-design of governance arrangements and how we can work together are also important, and in fact in our criteria it's listed highly in that ranking. Last year 30 mayors joined with me in writing to the Prime Minister. We received a call from the Prime Minister and ended up with a meeting with the Minister. We've now presented to all political parties in Parliament, and we are, most political parties in Parliament, and we are meeting with the government in March to present our ideas. We presented to the Accountability Governance Working Group late January. Last week, all partners also met and valued the opportunity to have a discussion with Ngāi Tahu, and Gabe and Tamati were present for that. And we appreciated talking through our thinking, but importantly to hear how we could partner and co-design. We want to see a genuine partnership achieved, but don't have a preconceived or fixed idea about this. This is something we'd like to partner with mana whenua to develop further, and that's we're looking forward to further engagement in that space. As I mentioned, iwi relationships are critical and important to us, and any suggestion otherwise is just not correct. And I want to make that really clear as the Deputy Chair of Communities for Local Democracy. We've developed two models based on the feedback from Council and the research that we did of all Council submissions, and also from the work of Castalia. The first is a Council-owned plus regulation. The second is a Council-owned enterprise. We agree that there's a need in those for financial assistance, and we're suggesting that that comes from a model from contributed by councils, but also we're leaving that door wide open for the Crown to also make an investment, and that it's not dissimilar to the FAR model, but it's early in our thinking, but we think that that's something that there are communities in this country that cannot afford the upgrades required in the Three Waters space. So simply not good enough to say that as councils we shouldn't be making some level of contribution there. We've been going for just 10 weeks, and so our thinking in that space, we've developed concepts really quickly, but also with the support of Castalia, who's been a consultant that's been assisting us in that work. We've been back out to our plenary partners of councils, and they're supportive of the direction we're heading. which gives us the mandate to present those options on behalf of the partners. We would very much welcome Dunedin's involvement. It doesn't bind you. You're free to your own opinions, but this is just a mechanism to come together and develop better options that we can achieve broader buy-in across our sector. My driver and involvement in this is I want to be able to look my community in the eye and say we've done everything we can to achieve a better outcome. We know that the feedback, the polling is telling us that there is not the support for the entity-based model throughout New Zealand. Auckland's made that very clear. Lots of councils have. 60 out of 67 said they didn't like it. Let's work together to get a better outcome. And I welcome that partnership if that's where Dunedin would like to head. Thank you, Your Worship, and happy to take any questions.
Yeah, kia ora, Dan. I've got two, and then I'll take others. I'm interested in your comments around the importance of mana whenua and the co-design of alternatives, and you have worked up a bunch of proposals. Can you outline for us what role iwi Māori have played in developing the proposals that you have been working on?
Well, we have had iwi and Māori involvement throughout the partner councils in the development of those concepts. It's fair to say that we haven't been out broadly, and that's what we're going to be doing now, and want to develop that partnership genuinely. We've been going 10 weeks, Aaron. We were given, we were told that just before Christmas that the Accountability, Governance and Working Group, so it's the 22nd of December, would see us on the 28th of January. So as you can appreciate, we haven't had a lot of time in which to get those together, but it is in the work that we've done, we're confident that we've got some very good models there. But I don't want to presuppose the conversations we'll have with iwi Māori, and it's really important to us that we have that conversation genuinely and develop a partnership here. Let's say that the entity-based conversation was forced on us by government, wasn't one that we had a choice in. We would really like to develop a really good partnership here. I have a strong relationship with my local iwi, and they know how strongly I feel about this, and I know that that's something that our partner mayors throughout the country feel the same. And I don't want to design that completely. That's a conversation we should be open to and have a genuine conversation that leads to co-design.
So when you say through our partner councils, you mean that you're assuming that each of those TAs has a relationship with mana whenua that is informing their view that they're bringing to your table. Is that a fair summary?
Well, I would assume that they are relationships that those councils individually have, just as you will with your council. They're individual conversations, but as a collective, we do come together to think about, I don't have every answer to this. I'm not going to suggest that, and I don't want to presuppose and preempt our genuine conversation with Ngāi Tahu and other partners in this space. Let's see where we get to. I know Ngāi Tahu, where they're thinking they certainly support the entity-based model, and that's fine. We may just need to get to a position of agree to disagree on that. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't try and achieve a better outcome, and one where we can look at each other in the eye, develop a partnership, discuss it, and co-design it.
And just lastly from me around the comment you made around people can, it's non-binding and people can have their own views. You are asking though through this for people to commit to what looks like some kind of compulsory mediation process where differences of opinion are resolved in the first instance. That's not quite the same as being free to express opinions as and when we desire, is it?
Well, no, to be honest, Aaron, I can't bind your council, and your council can't bind mine on a decision and a position that you come to. All it's saying is let's get together through an MOU and see whether we can jointly work together on a better outcome, and we welcome Dunedin's involvement in that. But it's not binding you in a particular position at all. It's just saying that we want to work together. The MOU is the basis in which, and there's some key principles that we developed there that we thought we could come together on. It's just a matter of agreement, but we have robust conversations within the partners now, and we have a regular plenary conversation where all partners are welcome to be involved. and then an oversight group, which is basically driving our agenda to make sure we keep on track. Pardon me. So at the end of the day, that conversation is very open and importantly, is one that we do seek mandates from, unlike LGNZ did when they forced us into the entity-based decision by signing the MOU with the government.
And we've got time for a question from Councillor Houlihan.
That was quick, thank you. Kiona, thank you for coming. I'm just wondering, what is the main reason that the councils who've already joined you are giving for wanting to be in the, in your group?
Basically, because dissatisfied with the entity-based model and wanted to work together and partner to achieve a better outcome. That's all we're together for. And we haven't got objectives beyond that. It's around 3 waters. That's what we're together and working on. And we're not looking at a remit beyond that at this particular point in time, but that's the main reason.
With the current model, what is the major concern with that?
Oh, the entity-based model?
Yes.
It's the fact that we effectively lose say, we lose ownership, we lose the opportunity to influence, the fact that the process has been rushed, ill-considered. There were 30 different models the Crown considered but never consulted with us on, and just arrived at one position. We're saying that there are other approaches, and we've shown through our work to date that those approaches we think would achieve broader support from our sector. It should be one where we're partnering, not forced down a direction. My ideal position would be that the Crown press the pause button, and let's face it, they have already. They did before Christmas. They were supposed to have the legislation in place, and now we had it dropped into a memo the other day that came out to us on Friday that they've again pushed that till mid-year. So let's hope that with that time that there could be a different alternative developed, and that's what we're seeking to do.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Bishop. Sure, Dan.
Sure.
Nice to see you again. My question's really around the actual focus of communities for local democracy, and I think you've covered it, but I just want to clarify it. Primarily, it is around the 4-entity model and wanting the government to come back and consider that design, but it is not in opposition of water reform per se, is it?
Correct. We're not opposed to there being change. I don't think any of us are. We support the new water regulator. We think that's an excellent and it should have been in place a long time ago. But what we are opposed to is the solution that's been developed to put us all into 4 entities. We're saying that there are better alternatives and one that would seek broader buy-in. All of us are in the space where we want better environmental outcomes and to understand what all those changes that are coming are meaning. But let's work together on them. We don't have to be in opposition to the government, and I don't want to be, actually. I want to be a partner. We all want to be a partner. I'm busy in my day job, let alone coming together with this. But as I said in my earlier comment, I wanted to be able to look my community in the eye and say, I've done everything I can. We went out and engaged with our community here, got the biggest response ever to any survey that we have done. 95% of my community said they wanted out. They didn't support this option. That was those who responded, about 4,000 in the time we were in a lockdown, and we got about 4,000 responses. The biggest ever we'd received before that was about 800 when we were trying to build a very controversial stadium. Some of you will understand that from down Dunedin space. So never easy conversations, but that's to give you the level of indication and anger that there are in our communities about this. They're not happy with it and would rather that we came up with an approach where we could partner and come together on.
Thanks. And I just got 2 questions. And the next one is, it is our council's view officially in opposition of the formation of the 4 water entities. And so Communities for Local Democracy or Local Government New Zealand, which of the 2 has that clear mandate sitting in their organisation?
Well, I don't think Local Government New Zealand has the mandate because it's never sought it from its members. It's never asked its members. And we tried to get that turned around and they still haven't done that. That's why we formed ourselves. Mandate-wise, from the 27 partners, we have a mandate because we've been out to our members and talked partner councils to talk about it, and involved every councillor in that conversation. It's really important that this is what some of the most fundamental change that we're going to have. We should be seeking the broadest mandate we can in agreement for this change. We're all about a democratic process from our point of view, and seeking that mandate from our members before we put that forward. And sadly, LGNZ didn't. But I'm not advocating we leave LGNZ. I think they add a lot of value and a lot of space, but they just fundamentally got this one wrong. They've apologised for that, by the way. They've accepted that.
And some of the mayors of some of the member councils early on in this debate came out with some statements that were quite anti-Maori and a bit scary when they came out. Has it been the it has been, I believe, inside the Communities for Local Democracy that has been openly discussed and raised and said that those positions were in fact wrong? All right, and is that, I'm right in that, am I correct?
Yes, you are, in the sense that we're, as a collective, that's not our view. Yeah, but the partner councils are always entitled to their own opinions on this, but if you're part of a group like this, then it's important that we are in agreement on some fundamentals. And the fundamental in this, absolutely, is that iwi Māori partnership is absolutely critical. And I'll say that. And if the organisation stepped in a different direction, I'd be out. Absolutely put my hand in my heart and say this, because I genuinely believe that if we are to achieve better outcomes, then a partnership and a co-design with mana whenua is absolutely critical. But I don't have a fixed opinion how we get there. I'm welcoming that engagement.
But as you've answered, Mayor Hawkins, that is now being developed inside the organisation now, and it simply hasn't been fully developed because it's such a new organisation that
That's
now
right.
is when you're starting on. Thank you.
But to be clear, you're comfortable with individual members expressing those views, Dan?
No, I'm not. I'm not comfortable with positions that are differently expressed around mana whenua. It's absolutely repugnant to me. But I can't compel another council's view, and I'm not going to. It's not my role to do that. But if there was a view that was expressed strongly that's anti that, then we have mechanisms that we need to consider within that. But look, the ones you're referring to be perfectly frank, I know the inference. I've had a very direct conversation about my particular perspective on this, and that view is accepted. But all of us within the oversight and within Community for Democracy, if there's a view that any suggestion that we are not seeing iwi relationships as critical for this is just not correct. And so I've heard misinformation in this space. Explaining it to one-to-one, it's not a view I share or a view shared by the collective.
That's helpful to be able to have that on record of this meeting. I appreciate it, Your Worship, and your time in what is a hectic schedule. So thanks for making the time to speak to us. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Good luck for your conversation today. I might stay and listen to what Gabe's got to say, if that's okay.
Oh, it's a public meeting, Your Worship. You're free to stay all day if you have nothing else on.
No, sadly not. I have my own meetings, but good luck with yours today. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks. Gabriel Huria, welcome. Gabe's the Chief Executive of Te Kura Takapini and sits on the governance, is one of the iwi Māori representatives on the governance working group that is feeding back on the government's proposal. The next 5 minutes are all yours, Gabe.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Aaron, and thank you very much to all of the councillors for this opportunity to talk to you. And also, I just want to note that I'm really happy to take any of your questions back to the governance working group. We meet every Friday, and it is a race to the finish line at the end of the month, but I'm more than happy to do that. Firstly, I just want to say from our perspective, Ngāi Tahu do not support Communities for Local Democracy, and we would like the council to consider not joining up with them. And it's for these reasons we support the government's changes for 3 reasons. One, equity of access to safe drinking water. We have 18 villages in our takiwā in the South Island, and 9 of them do not have access to decent water. And just as an aside, when Puketeraki tasted your beautiful water after the lead incident, that wasn't really an incident, they don't want to go back to their old drinking water because it tastes so awful in comparison to your water. So they would love to join up to the Dunedin supply. So that's the first point about equity to water. The second point is about the looming environmental changes that are, NITO's done a decade worth of study around the world with our experts and experts like Stanford University and Oxford, and we are predicting and modelling what's going to happen in our takiwā over the next 20 to 50 years. And from our modelling, we can see that no one can afford to make the changes that's going to stop the flooding, the effects of climate change, and the impacts of what that will have on our environment. So that's our third reason for it, is environmental outcomes. We simply cannot carry on as we are. And I know I'm in the older age group, but we're thinking about our children and our children's children, and we are taking a much longer view. So, and we're willing to put the research in ways that councils aren't able to because you're responsible for the ratepayer. But thirdly, we're ratepayers everywhere, and our people are ratepayers everywhere. We've got 75,000 tribal members in Naito. We're the second biggest iwi, and we want to make sure that they aren't inheriting huge unaffordable bills that councils can't, under the current regime and under Dan's suggested regime, won't be able to afford. And that's our principle. There's a couple of myths that I'd like to dispel. Ngaitahu do not want to see privatisation of water. And the other aspect of it is that Ngaitahu wants to see equity for water. And we're not in this because we want to make lots of money, as I've heard in a lot of the comments as I've been researching for this meeting. We're in this because we want to protect the ratepayer and our communities. And so we've got a bigger voice at the table because we started from day one. We pulled all the councils together in our takiwā, and we started to say, we said, if we stay together, we'll have a much greater chance as communities to advocate for what we think is necessary in the South Island. And so we've stuck to that all the way through. I don't agree with you, Dan. We've got a huge amount of respect for you as our mayor and as a person, and we agree to disagree with Community for Local Democracy, but the group's connection with iwi has been appalling to date. And Tamaiti and I don't represent Ngaitahu, and we told you that at the meeting. We came to meet with the group because of you, actually, because we consider you a very good advocate for the community and a friend of ours. So that's why we did it. You cannot really say that we have been involved at all in the development of your model, and I can't see it with the lineup of people like our friend from the West Coast. I can't see we being involved in any of it. So we really want to work with the Crown to get the best outcomes. And I would actually absolutely say the Crown is committed to this change. And I'll just read out to you, in case you didn't hear it, what the Prime Minister said when she opened Parliament a few weeks ago. We will create 4 publicly owned and locally governed water entities to ensure every New Zealander has access to affordable, high quality drinking water and water services without ballooning rates bills. It is estimated that 185 billion is needed to fix, upgrade and maintain New Zealand's water services over the next 30 years. It is clear that without our plan to establish 4 publicly owned water services entities, we will continue to see a frail network and contaminated water in many communities. To delay will only push the problem on. The government is committed to this. So in our pragmatic view is You've got the local government reform coming down the tubes, you've got NZTA reform, you've got a whole RMA reform, a whole bunch of reforms that will affect you as councillors and as a council, and will affect you in Dunedin. And our pragmatic thinking is get on board and work with it to get the best outcome that we can. And we have special legislation in our Ngāi Tahu settlement that says Ngāi Tahu has rangatiratanga within its takiwā, and the Crown is committed to work with us and consult with us in a better fashion. Now that's embedded in our legislation. So we have a very good opportunity, and this is what we've been saying from day one on this, is to team up, have a tight scrum and work together for the best outcomes for our community. And having a splinter group, Dan, like your group, doesn't help with that. And we put a lot of resource into setting up a group that all councils could talk together. We're meeting again on Wednesday. And the fact that your group didn't come to talk to us when we've been working hard to try and keep our collective together was hurtful. And not working in the spirit of what we've set out to work with everybody for the South Island and for our takiwā. So we understand that the value of the infrastructure has been paid for by the public purse, whether it is with the earthquake rebuild, like is in Christchurch, Selwyn and Waimakariri, or whether it is in Dunedin with your ratepayers. It all goes back to the taxpayer. And we want to make sure, as best as we can in our generation, that our kids and their kids aren't lumped with extraordinary bills, that the sector is never privatised like the electricity sector has been, and the hike in prices that we've seen there. And we think that we're the South Island's best bet to make sure that happens.
Kia ora, Gabe. Thanks for that. And speaking of earthquakes, of course, acknowledging the significance of today for people up in Ōtautahi and surrounds. You're happy, sorry, you've moved somewhere else on my screen. You're happy to take questions?
Yes, totally.
Accounts.
Yeah, I know it's still very much present in our lives up here, as well as with the mosque. But what it enabled the city to do and places like WDC is to replenish the infrastructure. And so, you know, the idea of cross-subsidization in this new reform means that it's not, you know, in 30 or 40 years' time, that infrastructure will be old. And so they will need to be subsidised to pay for the replenishment. And it's just the same in Dunedin, you know, where you might be old now and need it to be replaced. Christchurch and the ratepayer, it needs to be harmonised across the whole country. And that's the point of this reform, which when we're all separate and we're all divided, we can't do that. We can't operate like that. So yes, happy to take questions.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Van Ivers.
Thank you for being clear about what your views are and what you're wanting. But just to clarify one of your statements, you said that we, I take it Ngāi Tahu, want to have equity in water.
Yes.
Equity is defined in Wikipedia as ownership of assets. Why would we let you have ownership of assets that we have built up over 150 years, that we are happy with, and that we use to supply water to our people that they are happy with the standard of? Why would we give our assets, billions of dollars worth, to you when we're happy with what we've got?
Sorry, Councillor, I didn't make it clear. I meant that we would like equity in access to water infrastructure, and that means drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater. So currently we do not want to, and I need to really emphasise this, we do not want to own any of the infrastructure.
But that's not what you said. What you said was to have equity in water. You're now saying equity in access, which actually doesn't make sense.
Excuse
equity
me,
means ownership of assets.
excuse me, councillor, can you let me finish? I am making
Yes,
a
do.
statement now that is where Ngāi Tahu stands and what is Ngāi Tahu's opinion. And it's important that I'm allowed to finish. So what I mean is Ngāi Tahu would like equity in access to 3 waters. Currently, we do not have that. And as I said, we have 18 villages and only 9 are connected to any formal sort of water supply. So we would like to see equity in access for those villages that want to be connected up. And some don't and some do. And that's what I meant by equity. We do not, and I need to have this minuted, want ownership of water infrastructure. And as the current bill states, and it's not correct what Dan said, the current bill states that the councils within Entity D would own the infrastructure as a collective of councils. And so that needs to be stated very clearly. So I'm sorry that you took it that way, but what I meant, I've just explained.
What
And
you
I
have,
hope that is
what
very
you
clear.
have, what you have restated quite differently is a phrase which to me makes no sense at all, and that is equity of access, which you didn't say before. Before it was just equity, which means ownership of assets. Now you're saying equity of access. What does ownership of assets access actually mean?
It
Councillor,
means
equity of access may be a concept that's foreign to you, but it is one that's broadly understood, I think, by most people at this meeting.
I'm asking for the speaker to say what she understands by it, because equity means ownership of assets. So I'm asking, what does ownership of assets access actually mean? It doesn't even follow.
Well, what it means is that we can get access to decent, healthy drinking water, which we currently don't have in 9 of our places across the Takiwa. So I would like to go down to Waihau and drink their water and not worried about boiled water notices. I would like to sit here where I live on a Māori reservation in Tuahiwi and be able to drink healthy, clean water. I would like to be able to make sure that sewage and drain water from cities and towns don't go into the places where I gather seafood, which is what's happening now and is what's happened in Christchurch, where my fishing reserve is where the settling ponds are. And it's the same down in Otago, where you've got the beautiful cockle beds that you're renowned for your cockle beds with stormwater drains right alongside them. So we want to make sure that we start thinking about our environment as a whole. But I can see, councillor, that you are never going to agree. You're going to be stuck on that incorrect idea of equity.
Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
I would like to
please don't judge what I've said, because
No.
I've asked you a
Councillor,
question.
please.
That is completely unacceptable.
Well, I found you incredibly rude, actually. I came in good faith.
Because I've asked you to define a term and you've changed what you've said.
No.
Go back in the video and see what you actually said. You changed that because what you said was not acceptable.
Councillor, you're embarrassing yourself.
You're fine to ask me questions. I need to have, I stated what I meant, and I hope that is adequate for you, but somehow it's not. So I would thank you.
Thank you. We will move on. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Gabrielle. I'm sorry for that. I think this is a very complex, incredibly complex set of concepts that we're dealing with here when it comes to Three Waters reform. And I believe you were with the group that came to Dunedin when Minister Mahuta was there. And you offered, I think it was you, in fact, that offered that you would come back to the council and talk to all of us directly about Ngāi Tahu's position. Is that offer still on the table?
Yes, I'm absolutely happy to come and talk to you and to talk to any councils in the Takiwa. In fact, I've got quite a schedule of bookings, but I'm happy to come in person. COVID has meant it slowed things up quite a bit, but I'm vaxxed and boosted, so I'm happy to go anywhere. And I also believe in absolutely respectful dialogue. I think, and agreeing to disagree when people don't agree. I think it's very important that we kind to each other, actually.
Thanks, because I've asked internally about 3 times to take up that offer. So I'm asking again publicly in front of all the council that I would like us to take up your offer. I have a, and honestly, I know that it will take more than 5 minutes at the end of public forum debate to get to the bottom of these questions. But some of the assumptions, I think, from my personal perspective, I am for the reform. I'm for almost everything you're saying. I just feel that the method by which the entities will get their income is via user charge. Now, I would ask, have you considered the effect on the most fragile components of our economy, the people who are the poorest, who this water cost will be moved from a rates bill to a water use charge bill. And if they are renting, they will now start to receive $1,000 to $2,000 extra billing into their life, because up till now it's carried in the rates and the landlord is paying it in the rates bill. And I very much doubt we're going to see a reduction in rents as this comes through.
I agree. I think you're right about that. And that's the reason why we're engaged, is because we want to make sure that there's not a price hike. And that's also where the economic regulator comes in, and where it's they're currently developing their regulations, and we have had 1 meeting with them to date, but we're really trying to keep a tight eye on it to make sure that what you're worried about doesn't happen. I mean, that's a priority for us. But if the problem is, if status quo happens, it's going to hike up anyway. So we've got to find a solution collectively.
So I guess into the answer, so you believe the committees for local democracy are advocating for status quo?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you, because this is about the notice of motion at the end of the meeting, are you suggesting that communities for local democracy are advocating for the maintenance of the status quo?
I think the NZTA model, I think they probably haven't had time to develop it, and I can't see their model offering anything that isn't any different from the status quo. And I think this requires a much broader brief.
Thanks. So I guess I'd get to another question, and that is that Standards and Poor's have been involved quite strongly in the design of this, and they have made it clear that there has to be a separation between elected members and the running of the entity for them not to lower the ratings for anybody. So they are effectively a New York-based agency as determining the democratic relationship between the citizens of New Zealand and the running of 3 water entities. Did you have a commentary on that?
They have 6 people here based in Wellington, and they are, yes, you're right, then they are a worldwide organisation. But to meet the ability to borrow, the reason why the amalgamations happened is the ability to borrow of a big entity. And so to meet that, everyone's going to have to go through their criteria to be able to borrow. And so that's where the CCO model, we're not sure that fits their criteria at all, because they like that arm's length distance between the council and the operation of the entity. So we think it's a fact of life to be able to make the changes that we're going to have to make. And one of the things, we'd be interested in seeing how much the government would support underwriting something like that. So we're just interested in that at the moment.
And in that regard, then you would presumably like the government to consider going back and checking some of those assumptions then, because I think that those of us who are concerned about this going forward is that some of the underlying assumptions may not in fact be completely correct. And if they're wrong, we're following effectively a false narrative on affordability.
We've had our own economic researchers look at the modelling and look at the figures, and we think it's not bad. Okay, it's not completely wrong, but we're gazing into the future. None of us can really know how it's going to work out. But if I'm able to come down and talk to you in person, I'd bring some of that modelling down with me.
That would be fantastic. And I just want to touch on privatisation. and electricity reform. Currently, under the Local Government Act, I think it's either Section 130 or Section 131, it's prohibited, absolutely prohibited, to privatise council-owned water assets. Water is not allowed to be transferred out by, right, that's correct.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
And because government is sovereign, and because this current government has an absolute majority in Parliament, they are going to change that privatisation protection law and strike it in order to be able to go forward. Is that correct?
I don't know. I don't know about that. I'd have to find that out, but we haven't had conversations about that. But
They'll have to, because you can't transfer to the entities without that law being struck.
Right. But everybody around the working group is pretty hot on privatisation. So, and our discussions with the minister has been absolutely adamant about not allowing privatisation.
And I have no doubt that the current government, as it stands, would not do privatisation. But that was also the promise in the 90s during electricity reform. Yes. And then during the period post that, we had a government that came in that had clear majority, and it changed the law, and then it privatised. And so my question is, if the government is capable of overturning, when it has clear majority, a legislative protection, how can legislative protections actually work in perpetuity?
Well, that's
no matter how they're written.
Well, that's where we come in and are useful to you, and why we started out on this journey, because our legislation is an act of Parliament that we would fight for that, and we would go to court on that. And that's why we like your second tier protection, because our legislation is very specific. And so we would be the next best step if that were to happen.
For this entity?
For the South Island, for the Takiwa.
But the other three entities, that act wouldn't have any access.
Well, no, but we often lead the way in how other iwi operate.
Fair enough.
Like we have with this. And
so
we would have a huge uproar from us on this. Because look at, I mean, water is life. It cannot go the way electricity's gone. It's what we absolutely need, and it can never, the infrastructure that it moves through can never be privatised.
Councillor, we're getting into the territory of a fairly broad discussion, which I
would like to. I hope you can come down and have it with us, and I will definitely yield the microphone. Thank you, Your Worship.
Very kind. This meeting has to finish before we can schedule another one. I'll take a question from Councillor Raddick, and then we'll wrap it up. Thanks.
Thank you.
My question is relatively simple and straightforward, and rather more emotive, I guess, and speaks to underlying motivations, because I appreciate your point that you made about the Waikaiti and Karatani communities not having the same level of access to water as the rest of Dunedin. And so I'd just like to ask how has Ngāi Tahu suffered from lack of access, because equity of access is a significant issue for you, in a way that's different from the rest of the South Island community as a whole?
Oh, I could tell you a lot. So
Yes.
On the West Coast, Ngāi Tahu, well, the money from the 99-year leases in Greymouth actually paid for the infrastructure. It was never given to the owners of that land, which was us. It went to the councils and the government to pay for that infrastructure. So when the mayor from the West Coast talks about equity, he's actually doesn't know his own history. So that's one point. The second point is we've lived off well supplies that aren't adequate. I mean, I really fear what I've fed my children actually from living around here with the high levels of nitrates in the water, lots of dairy farming around us. And it's all rural communities in the same boat as us. We've had just about all of our fishing reserves be taken and used for stormwater outlets or sewage treatments. The thing about the South Island is that we've done an analysis of all the boiled water notices over the last 5 to 10 years, and it's pretty horrific. We're starting to look more like Fiji than we do New Zealand, and we need to actually work together to find solutions that are good for our communities. And yes, we've been unable to develop I live on a 14-acre block, and it was we were put on this reservation in 1848, and divided into 14 acres. I live on that same 14 acres that we were put on in 1848. We have been unable to, my family's the only one in the PAR, except our next door neighbour and us, out of 2,000 acres that have held on to our 14-acre block as a family, and that's good fortune. But most people are unable to live on their property because of the rules around the infrastructure and because of the need for infrastructure. They all go into town, and we've lost generations of people who have gone into town and got caught up in the problems of the city. And if they had been able to live with decent infrastructure on their lands, families could have stayed together. Old people haven't been looked after because the families have disappeared to Western Australia or into town. And the burden of what not having decent infrastructure has been on us, and its social cost has been huge.
Okay, well, I need to apologies, councillors, I need to move that we extend the duration of the public forum beyond half an hour, which you'll appreciate as retrospective at this point. Seconded, Councillor Walker. Those in favour? Those against? That is agreed. Thank you thank you to you, Gabe, and to you, Dan, for your time this morning. We will bring our public forum to a close and begin with the meeting proper. There are no apologies for the meeting. Item 3, confirmation of the agenda. I'll move that council confirm the agenda without addition or alteration. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 4, declarations of interest. Any amendments to be made to the interests register? There appeared to be none. I'll move that council note the elected members' interest register, confirms the proposed management plan and notes the executive leadership team members' interests. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Your worship, you're still in the meeting. You can follow along on the live stream if you wish, but should probably do that rather than be sitting in this call. Confirmation of the minutes. I'll move that council confirm the public part of the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 14th of December 2021. Seconded, Councillor Walker. Any discussion as to the accuracy of the minutes? There's none. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. And 5.2, further, that council confirm the public part of the minutes of the ordinary council annual plan meeting held on the 31st of January as a correct record. Seconded, Councillor Staines. Thank you. Any discussion on the accuracy of the minutes? Councillor Lord scratching his eye. Another liability at auctions. There appear to be none. I will put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. Part A, reports. Item 6, actions from resolutions of council meetings. Anything from you, Ms. Graham? No. Questions? There have been none. I will move that council note the open and completed actions from resolutions of council meetings as attached to the agenda. Seconded, Councillor Gary. Any discussion? I'll put it. All those in favour? Those against? That is agreed. And item 7, the council forward work programme. I will move that council notes the updated forward work programme as shown in attachment A. Seconded, Councillor Staines. Is there any discussion? Councillor Lord.
Well, I just couldn't help reading in here about the Masters Games, and I just feel it's really an appropriate thing to say. Very heartfelt thank you for those that have put so much time and effort into this games and then had to have it cancelled. And I think of Vicky and her team, and they must be absolutely or not distraught, but gutted or whatever, you know, and I just think it should be acknowledged that there's a lot of work gone into something that hasn't happened, which is extremely unfortunate.
Yeah, kia ora for that, Councillor. And I would support that. Any further discussion, Councillor O'Malley?
I had a question. Can I put it up still or not?
Yeah, go for it.
It's just around the Three Waters Reform Forward Work Program and then the council resolutions in the past with our resolution of being against the formation of the water entities. Is our position and its relationship to formation to the entities sitting in the work program to go with Three Waters Reform?
Sorry, I don't quite understand the question. Could you ask it again?
We're doing Three Waters Reform work, which is ongoing work, which I understand that. And in the process of that, is our ongoing work, does it any part of it include making clear our position on the opposition of the four water entities? Or are we doing ongoing work, which is about engaging with the formation of the four water entities and don't have any activities about our position or relationship?
The paper that's coming in May will present several options.
Okay, so that's good. Thank you.
There's no further discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 8, for the purposes of item 8, a review of the Waikawaiti, Karatane and Hawkesbury Village water response final report under the powers of the chair in the absence of a provision in the standing orders to allow community board chairs to participate in a debate on an item impacting the area of their community. I will have invited Mr. Alistair Morrison, chairperson of the Waikawati Coast Community Board, in order for him to be able to ask questions of staff and speak in debate but not vote. Welcome, Alistair. And I will shortly hand over to Mr. Tanner to speak to any questions or respond to questions that councillors may have, and will foreshadow at this point that I will move the recommendations in due course. Welcome, Mr. Tanner. Any opening remarks from you?
Your Worship, thank you. Thank you for the invitation to join you. I'm very happy to speak briefly if that would be helpful, or alternatively to just move straight into answer any questions.
Let's see if we can't cover off some questions in your opening remarks. Okay.
Councillors, I was asked to talk to the management and staff and other external people about the way that the council responded to the issues relating to lead discovery in the water samples, and to really make an informed assessment of how well or otherwise the council responded. And so that was really how I would summarise my terms of reference. And as I've said in the report, which I assume that you will read at least the executive summary of, if not all of the report, the conclusion that I came to is that, yes, there were some things that could have been done better by the council, certainly following the initial discovery of the lead spikes, and that the way that matters were escalated, or rather not escalated, in the council, the way that the sample results were handled within the council could have been improved. And it's the reality that well before my report, the lessons effectively have been learned, and that's what I found in my interviews with staff and managers and others. Improvements have already been made in terms of the way that the council would go about doing this in the future. But in terms of the way that staff responded at the time, the way that they planned the responses and the recovery program, the way that they handled the communications program, apart from a particular glitch that you'll all be aware of, in terms of a Radio New Zealand interview, the way that the council staff and management responded, I think was pretty good. I mean, I don't profess to be an expert in things to do with water and water management, but my reading of the material that I was provided, my discussions with, for example, the medical officers of health in Dunedin who were interacting closely with council staff, my discussion with Mr. Morrison, which I found very helpful and instructive, led me to the view that the council staff did a good job. And I've tried to recognise that in my report. There's various things, as I say, that could have been done differently and better. I found the staff frank and open in terms of their assessment of how well or otherwise they did. And by the way, I visited Wakawaiti at the suggestion of Ms. Graham. I looked at the taps, the sample taps. I went to the reservoir, had a look at that, and that was all helpful and instructive. So in summary, yes, some things could have been done better. Overall, however, the response and the way that the staff performed was about as good as it gets. I'd add one other thing, of course, and you've been talking about this in the last few minutes, is that the game is changing. There's now a new water services regulator, Taumata Arawai. The medical officers of health, for example, told me that they had been actively engaging with the then transition team and alerting the transition team to some of the lessons that had been learned along the way of the experience over the 6 months, the 7 or 8 months that they had been involved, going back to, say, November, December of 2020, leading through August of last year. So Taumata Arawai will have been looking at the experience from Dunedin, and will be building that into their response, not just for Dunedin in the future, but I think for other councils. So there's Dunedin will, whether you like it or not, be looked at as an exemplar of perhaps what not to do, but also I think in terms of the positive side of things, what other councils should be doing if a situation like this were to happen in their patch. I'll leave my comments there, Your Worship. Thank you.
Yeah, kia ora for that, appreciate it. Councillor Walker and then Councillor Barker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Tanner, for what was a comprehensive and actually really interesting report. I have 3 very brief questions, and the power of hindsight aside, the report makes it clear mistakes were made, but is it your impression that the council were very forthright and forthcoming in terms of owning those mistakes? That's the first question.
Yes, indeed. In talking with both the Chief Executive, Mr. Drew, who I think is participating in this discussion, and his staff, they were forthcoming and open and owning mistakes that had been made, and I found their response positive and helpful.
Thank you. That's refreshing to hear. A second question leads on slightly from that. The report often alludes to the work and help of the Wakawaiti Community Board. How important were they in putting this report together, and indeed how important were they in making sure that the situation panned out in the way it did?
I found my meeting and discussion with Mr. Morrison extremely helpful. He himself has done a report for his own community, some of the words of which probably found their way into my report as well. But again, from my perspective, an exemplary response.
Great, fantastic. And final question, obviously at the end there's 5 recommendations and I believe 3 have been enacted. Which ones haven't been, and what's the expectation on the 2 that haven't been in terms of timelines?
It may be a question for Ms. Graham more than Mr. Tanner.
I'm happy for whoever wants to answer that.
From my perspective, I wanted to make, if you like, put on record some of the points that I think the council might consider. I was aware that already in writing them, that some of them were already in place and likely to be implemented. I'm not aware of things that have not been implemented yet.
And it may be that if it's about timeframes, Mr. Drew, who is here, is better placed to answer that.
Yeah, so all of the recommendations are being implemented. It's just the integrating with the council's risk management and the consideration of releasing water quality testing data publicly. Those are still works in progress.
Okay, thank you. And happy to second the recommendation, Your Worship.
Thanks. And to be clear, there works in progress because we're working through how we might implement those recommendations as opposed to whether or not we should be.
Correct.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. Kia ora, Mr. Tanner. Just following up from the question around, oh, not the question, the recommendations. It's good to hear that there are some in progress. I wonder if you had a hierarchy of which you thought might be urgent to implement and which are the most important.
Look, I think of the importance, if I had to sort of make a call on that, the important one at the moment is probably three. I would put them 3, 4, 1, 2, 5 in that order. That would be just my assessment. Firstly, the staff need to be familiar with the requirements of the new water regime. Second, make sure that adverse water sample results, if they are received again, are escalated properly. Third, make sure that the water safety plan is, comprehensive. Fourth, make sure that the risks are identified, or the potential risks are identified and incorporated within the council's overall risk management program. It's that sort of thing that I think that would be the hierarchy from my perspective. Thank you, Mr. Tanner. And I guess my follow-up question is to the CEO, Mr. Drew, about the understanding about the hierarchy, and it said in the covering report that 3 of the 5 actions were being undertaken, and I wondered if it was the hierarchical ones that were being prioritised.
Without having had this conversation with Mr. Tanner, 1, 3 and 4 have been implemented, and it's 2 and 5 that we're working on. So it seems that we've got the hierarchy right in our implementation as well. Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Tanner, and thank you for your report. It made very interesting reading. I just want to check in with you on some comments you made on page 64, which was under the heading of other advice arising from review, and in particular around public education and review of plumbing standards. Would you agree that we could do education locally on those matters, and particularly around the tapware, but it really requires, and I believe is intended, a national review of plumbing standards in relation to lead levels and imported tapware and fittings in order for that to be successful?
Yes, it's again an interesting point. I want it's more a question on my part, Councillor. I looked at the recommendations of the health review, the review that was done by and for the Ministry of Health, for example. And then I asked myself the question, well, how, this is the recommendation from them in respect of improving public education about the need, for example, perhaps to flush taps a bit more regularly. And I thought to myself, from my experience here in Wellington, where have I seen notices from the City Council here in relation to the use of tapware and the use of the need to flush. And frankly, I haven't, or at least I can't recall it. And so it begged the question for me, particularly in the modern environment, where a lot of the notices that councils and yourselves, your own council might put out, is now electronic. It's not in paper form. People will read part of what's on a screen in front of them. So how do you draw people's attention to the issues relating to tapware and the need to flush water? And so I simply put it in my report for that reason, is that councils generally, not just Dunedin, might need to think a bit harder about how you communicate some of these issues with the wider public and not just the ratepayers, but citizens generally.
Would it surprise you to know that at the same time as this was happening and the Ministry of Health was coming out with advice and Master Plumbers was coming out with advice, I happened to be selecting kitchen taps and went down the process of checking that they met the standard. And it would have surprised you to know that I had obstacles put in my way by the supplier and had a heck of a job finding out if that tapware met the New Zealand standard. The local plumbing outlets were at a loss to know and went back to the suppliers, and it was a very difficult challenge, notwithstanding this was in the media. So it comes back to my question, it really, does it need to be a national review and come from central government or through Master Plumbers? Because it certainly isn't filtering down, even though this was very prominent in the media at the time.
The answer to that would be no, I'm not surprised. Second, I think it's an issue that, for example, the Dunedin Council might want to flag with the regulator. I think that now that it seems to me, from my understanding, is that most of the responsibility for water quality has now transferred from the Ministry of Health to the new regulator. So that would be the right channel to raise the issue.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Bishop. Kia ora, Ross. Good to see you again. I have a question. It's more of a higher order question, really, as opposed to the specifics of your report. And that is that these measurements that triggered this whole response and everything were around pipe integrity, and they were effectively being done to ask engineering questions. Normally, heavy metals are not measured in drinking water systems. So I got two questions, really. The first is, when they were detected, and we thought at the opening phase that maybe that was actually lead in the water, and then we determined later it wasn't, but it was at the sampling point, it raised the question, why aren't we testing for these things in our water anyway? So would you be expecting in the drinking water standards that in addition to infectious agents, we should also be looking at toxic agents as well in the sampling regime?
Councillor, I don't think I'm the right person to address that question too, in the sense I'm not an expert in issues to do with water quality testing. But I do recall, and I suggest that you ask that question, or that Mr. Drew perhaps responds. I'm pretty sure that it was Mr. Drew that told me that generally speaking, in New Zealand, we test a limited number of substances, compared to, for example, to the United Kingdom, where water quality testing routinely tests for up to 100 different substances, including metals and other elements or biological substances. So Mr. Drew may wish to add to my comments.
I think you pretty much answered what Mr. Drew will say, because that's as I recall it too. The second question I have really is a more philosophical one, and that is that when we get into the tighter regulatory responsibility of reporting what we see, there is a temptation then to not measure, because then once you've found something, then you're going to have to act on it. We realised afterwards that the old pipes on Edinburgh Street were not leaching lead from their joints, but we didn't realise that at the time. We didn't know what we were looking at first. There will be, would you agree that there'll be a reluctance to use this kind of analysis to assess the outcomes of, or the quality of your pipe systems, if with it will then come maybe a no drink notice for the whole of Dunedin for 6 months. What do you think about that particular quandary that councils will face going into the future?
I think councils generally need to go into this with their eyes, need to go into this new regime with their eyes open. The risks are, Councillor, I think exactly as you suggest, that councils may find that they have substances in their water in proportions that are greater than the acceptable values, and therefore that action perhaps leading up to a do not drink notice is the outcome. But having said that, I bracket my remarks by saying that I'm not the metals or water quality expert.
But there is a human nature component to say, let's not measure because we might find something. So maybe would you recommend that if we do go down this path, that this would again sit with Tamata ROI and maybe saying that actually you will be testing and then you will have to deal with whatever you find?
Well, I think Dunedin, perhaps as I've said, it was a forward-thinking approach from the outset, not just because it was part of the asset management program and testing water corrosivity, etc. But there was an element of forward thinking. Let's see what our water supply consists of. I just think that the issue which the staff recognises, they didn't think through well enough what would happen if we did find a high level of a particular substance.
Right, but you do, because I think at some point this became the narrative that this was a really good example of a failed system and a failure to deliver. But in fact, in many respects, was it actually the kind of thing that happens when you try to be out in front and you try to do something novel and new, and then the unexpected occurs?
Yes, I would agree with that assessment. I think this was, and I've tried to state this in my report, this was an innovative approach led by staff. It's just that the planning and preparation and the if you like, the contingency thinking let the council and its staff down a bit. But I think there is a positive element to this that Dunedin should be in a way pleased about, that yes, we learned a few things along the way, but ultimately the outcome is positive.
Councillor, he's disappeared. If Mr. Drew was going to add anything, it would appear not. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Tanner. I just want to relate to page 65 of our agenda, but page 29 of your report, the relationship of Eurofins. And I guess what I'm trying to ask is, do you believe we got good service from them? And you sort of relate to where, 14 days was the timeline for some of the results, and we understand what happened with that and how they went through their processes. So interested in any more feedback around Eurofins and their processes.
Yes, Councillor. Good question, good point. I was actually initially quite surprised when I read the staff timeline that set out the whole process that they'd gone through. And I thought to myself, how can this be where samples were sent to whatever laboratory they were sent to, and then it took 2 weeks for the results to be brought back. But having talked to Eurofins and having talked to your staff, it became a bit more explainable. And there's no doubt that as the situation developed after the first spike in the results, and the first major spike in results, there was an enormous amount of pressure put on Eurofins, which they had to respond to for multiple samples being tested in very quick order. And they acknowledged that in their discussion with me. I had a discussion with a couple of their senior people based in Wellington. They acknowledged the pressure they were under. They talked positively about their relationship with the council staff. They acknowledged there'd been tensions, but they'd worked them through. And lessons had been learned on their side as well as on the part of council staff. I was also puzzled as to why it took so long for a proper alert system to be put in place. But I guess it's just down to a question of resourcing levels and also payment for services, etc., that had to be negotiated at the time. So there were lessons every which way that you looked at the situation.
What do you think? You said lessons have been learnt, and what do you think was the important lessons for Eurofins, and how have they improved that? But also, we saw in page 30 of your report, testing for protozoal substances, e.g. E. coli, is undertaken in a laboratory in Dunedin with results required within 24 to 48 hours. So obviously two totally different testing systems. But do you think Eurofins need to probably, or council in putting together a contract need to require more localized testing and services?
The answer here is it's a complex situation. As I understand it, for example, there is a laboratory in Christchurch that could do the heavy metals testing. It's just that the laboratory, which I think is a university, there's a university laboratory that could do it closer to Dunedin, shall we say, but it's not accredited by the International Accreditation Agency in New Zealand. So it's not only a question of having the facilities, it's a question of proper accreditation, which costs money. And sometimes it's more expensive to have the accreditation done than the laboratory owner is prepared to commit. So at the moment we have the situation, yes, where testing for the testing for microbiological substances, which has to be done much faster, is done, as I understand it, in Dunedin, but the metals testing is done in Wellington. And that's a question that the City Council staff will need to continue to keep on top of and explore with Eurofins.
Okay, thank you.
There appear to be no further questions. Anything from you, Mr. Morrison? Any further questions from elected members? In that case, given that the discussion of this will require a decent amount of time, I'm going to move that we adjourn the meeting for 15 minutes. Seconded, Councillor Gary, thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. Kia ora koutou, welcome back. The recommendations have been moved by me and seconded by Councillor Walker, and I will speak to it. It's been a little over a year now since the do not drink notice was issued for residents in Waikawaiti, Karatane and Hawkesbury Village. And at the first public meeting that was held, we committed to undertaking an independent review of council's processes once the substantive water issue had been resolved. The lengthy investigation last year found that the most likely cause of the intermittent spikes was private plumbing rather than lead in the drinking water supply. We were then able to commission Mr. Tanner to undertake this piece of work, and I think we've been fortunate to have someone of the experience and the capacity of Mr. Tanner to do it. There are no surprises here in any of the 5 recommendations, and I think the evidence of that is that all 5 of them were already in progress in advance of the reports drawing those same conclusions. It was obvious at the time of the do not drink notice that our systems of escalating unexpected results had been found wanting, and as a result of the lack of both senior management and political awareness of that, we weren't able to have what is a very serious conversation with affected residents in the way that they deserved to have had that discussion. And that lack of certainty and a lack of understanding about what had happened and when caused significant and unnecessary angst. And we were pretty open at the time about how our communication with the community had let them down, in my view. And again today, I apologise for the stress that this has caused. But what this report also highlights, and we've heard that again from Mr. Tanner in response to questions, is the strength of the manaakitanga that swung in behind our residents. Public health authorities, with the care they demonstrated in undertaking the population blood samples, the leadership from Mr. Morrison and his community board colleagues, and keeping people informed as much as anything else, the provision of alternative water supplies and fresh fruit and vegetables while there was still an active question around whether people could eat their own crops. I mean, as a human being, first and foremost, but particularly as a parent, the mere idea that infrastructure we were responsible for could have caused harm to young families in particular made me feel physically ill, actually. And I think the response that we got in the early stages from the affected communities was 100% understandable and justified as a result of this. And I'm sorry that we let so many of our people down, and I can only hope that the response that played out in the weeks and months that followed that went some small way towards rebuilding that trust in our communities. So I just want to again thank Mr. Tanner, elected members and staff, Mr. Morrison in particular, Kati Huirapa ki te Pukataraki, and the public health officials, both for their work in response to the issue and in their offering themselves and making themselves available to be a part of this review process. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I also would like to thank Mr. Tanner for a thorough and comprehensive report, and to you, Mr. Mayor, for your very honest and frank words there about how you felt during what happened. I certainly have no issue with what I consider 5 sound and sensible recommendations, 3 of which we've heard have already been enacted, and it sounds from the conversation today that they are the 3 most important. So that's reassuring. And as the report points out, and as the Mayor alluded to, there were certainly issues with escalation and notification procedures and the initial comms response. I think we're all aware of that by now. But however, as Mr. Tanner clearly points out in response to my question, the DCC owned these mistakes. I think that's really important, and now has good processes and systems in place to avoid an occurrence like this happening again. And I think our CEO, managers and staff should all be applauded for that, actually. Well done to all of you. I guess above and beyond the report states that apart from the 2 glitches, council staff performed. I think they said extremely well, and that things went as well as might be expected or hoped for, I think were the words. And in terms of the welfare response, it's encouraging to see Mr. Tanner stating that the DC stands as a positive example of what can and should be done if other local councils were to face similar situations. And again, as the Mayor alluded to, the angst and the worry, and despite that, the obvious worry and angst that this event caused in its initial stages, Mr. Tanner also concludes that the water response and its implementation represent very good practice, and the DCC management and staff are to be commended for their planning, preparation, and thoroughness. So in closing, I also again would like to thank Mr. Tanner for the report, and also give a massive pat in the back to the chair and the members of the Waka-Waiti Community Board, whose involvement throughout this unfortunate incident certainly helped us get to this positive endpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lord.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Yeah, look, I'm just glad to see this report. I guess if I'd been asked to suppose what was in it, it's probably not much different from what I have heard already. I think it was absolutely necessary that we get an independent review, to see that everything that we did, that what our staff did and how they behaved was timely and appropriate. And I think that apart from the one glitch with an email that sat in a staff member's email address while he was on holiday, I think we have to really commend particularly Tom Dyer, who no longer works for us, but the work that he did and the way he led it. I think it was both physically exhausting for him, and he went, well, I won't say beyond the call of duty, but he did absolutely everything that he had to do, and I think that's important. I think it's also important to reiterate the comment, if the media still haven't picked it up at this point, that people were not given lead-filled water, and the water that we supplied was appropriately screened for all manner of materials. I think lessons have been learned, and the most important recommendations are already in place, and were in place long before this report was commissioned. And the other minor ones, it's simply just a matter of timing of programs of work, and I'm just glad to see that at this point. So thank you all, and thank you, Mr. Tanner, and thank you, like I say again, to our staff that had to deal with this.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, I want to start by thanking Mr. Tanner, and also acknowledging the work of the Three Waters staff during this period, and the Waika-Waiti Coast Community Board. But I'm not really congratulating myself as the councillor attached to it. I do want to acknowledge Alistair Morrison's role here, and it really did show how much importance and value local groups can have when you're coming to this kind of things. I just want to touch on how dangerous a thing is science and data. In many respects, I believe that much of the fear and anxiety that was put out into the community sits with the inability of the media, or even not even the desire for that matter, of the media to understand what they were looking at, and taking rather simplistic interpretations of the data set and converting that into "you have failed," and hearing words like "heads must roll." That does not imply open and fair analysis of what was in front of you. And I put a lot of the fear and a lot of the concern in the community to the Fourth Estate not checking out the data set before they made the conclusions they made. I want to comment on the term private plumbing. I know it is private plumbing that picked it up, but really we're talking about false positives and how to deal with data sets. And I raised it after we looked at the pulse theory, which was the only thing that could explain how it might have been lead in the actual water. By the second week, I was raising, I think this will be probably a false positive, and we can't go past it. And effectively, an error caused at a sampling point is a false positive. So I want to again reiterate on Councillor Lord's statement, and I really want the media to say it. There never, ever was lead in the distribution lines in the Waika-Waiti-Karatani area. We have not delivered lead-laden water to anybody. We put in a no drink notice along with the Southern District Health Board and the regulator at the time as a precautionary action to understand why episodic events followed by zeros in 2 sampling points. One only had 1 in the whole period, and the other 4 sampling points had nothing. We put in a no drink notice till we get to the bottom of what it was. We came to the conclusion of what it was, and then we lifted it again. That is best practice behavior. Yes, there was issues with the reading of the lead from those readings early on and around Christmas break. But again, if you were looking at the Kautani line, why would you expect a lead reading? Up until that day in December, that line had read nothing but 0. And then it read 0 again from that day on. Yet the narrative was, we have been delivering lead-laden water to everybody. So I basically say it's frustrating as a scientist to have to watch the science play out. I want to commend the 3 water teams on what they've done. I want to commend them on, as Mr. Tanner pointed out, they were trying to be leading edge when they were doing this. And the mistake they've made is a fairly common mistake that an engineer might make, is that they were thinking about the pipes and they weren't thinking about what they were measuring in terms of the fact that this was drinking water. That's been rectified. And that was not an issue raised in any other council because no other council was making these measurements. We were the first in the country. We went out in front and we got burnt for it, in fact. And then we got classified as being useless. And in fact, often as not, this was being used as an example of why you shouldn't leave assets in council's hands. I'm glad we have got to the bottom of this. I'm really glad that Mr. Tanner did his job and that he was an external and that he was under, I can assure you, because he interviewed me as well, he was under no controls internally from this council. This was 100% an external review. And he has come back with, I think, a fair and accurate assessment of what happened. And I am proud to stand beside the 3 Waters team and especially on how they responded after this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. The mark of an organisation is how I believe it deals with when a mistake is made. And this is an example of that. And it's a positive example because we've owned the mistake and we've responded very appropriately and promptly and thoroughly. I want to acknowledge the stress to all parties, be it the affected communities. We cannot underestimate the stress this caused. I want to acknowledge the community board. This is an example of why community boards are important under our council umbrella and the good they can bring in terms of local connections and grassroots. And I acknowledge Mr. Morrison as chair for his leadership and the members of his board in modelling that for us and for the community. And I want to acknowledge the 3 Waters staff and their very prompt reaction. And I know that stress was felt by them. They felt this. They all have families, children, old people in their whānau. And as Your Worship said, His Worship said, you know, on a human level, water is such a critical element. And until you've had an issue with that, it's hard to understand. We get so used to turning on our taps and getting clean drinking water and safe drinking water, we forget until we experience otherwise. So I want to acknowledge that, and I want to also acknowledge the leadership of our CEO and His Worship with regards to the situation. It has been difficult and challenging, but I believe we've done well, and it was very good to have this independent review. Thank you, Mr. Tanner. I just wanted to comment on a couple of things beyond that and totally acknowledge the 5 recommendations. That's a given. Just to note the single point dependency and hopeful that in our organisation, I'm sure that this will have triggered or flagged to look at and review to make sure we have no other single point dependencies in our organisation for key issues or key matters. And the other thing I want to acknowledge is the advice around the levels of lead in tapware and plumbing. This is beyond us, and I know that the new water regulator, it's going to be their particular area to do something about, but I cannot emphasize enough that public education around this is woeful, even though Master Plumbers certainly said some very appropriate things. Local plumbers, even during this issue, when it was in the media, and talked about every day on every kind of media. Local plumbers, local plumbing outlets had absolutely no idea about what was happening and why it was important to be able to say up front, this meets the New Zealand standards. So there's a lot of work to be done there. I don't believe it's our work. I believe it's the work of the new drinking water regulator. But thank you to all in regards to this report and what has been done in response to this situation.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to actually very similar to what Councillor Gary said. Oh, sorry, I might have to get off here in a second. The dog's getting excited by the people outside. Yeah, is that this whole situation was very stressful for the people of Karatani and Waikaiti. And I want to say also as a councillor that I'm very sorry that they suffered the things they did. But I also want to acknowledge the stress that our CEO, also our head of infrastructure, Simon Drew, and Tom Dwyer. Tom Dwyer did an absolutely fantastic job. And I know there was issues, with some of the things that council did, but as other people have said, and what I want to say too is that we are human and mistakes get made, but it's how people react to that, to the mistakes. And and I know from my end, watching what was happening, everybody was working day and night to try to resolve this and get it done as quickly as possible. Although for the people who were at home for months on end with no water, they probably thought that wasn't the case. And I was shocked how long it took for them to get water as well. And certainly had I been waiting on my water to come back, I would feel angry. And I think unfortunately some of that anger and some of that fear did come out in some comments at the public meetings and online. I think certainly some of us here took that brunt, particularly the mayor, and I thought that was quite unfair because it was at an SDHB meeting and there was some confusion over who should have taken leadership there. But situations like this are very difficult, and I just hope when people react in fear, things get out of control. And thankfully it looks like the problem is resolved now, and I hope that there will be situations come up again in the future where there will be issues, and it's how we deal with it. So hopefully people can judge us on how this is being dealt with and what we did, but I think everybody had good intentions at heart. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Reddick.
Thank you. I just want to echo and reinforce the comments of Councillor O'Malley. And I think it's astonishing how much of a major problem can arise from minor errors of measurement to go on to create huge stress in the community and amongst their representatives and also amongst the staff of the DCC, because it has imposed a huge burden upon everyone, right through from all the levels, those supplying the water to those drinking the water. However, the main thing is that the response from the DCC and the community representatives involved was exemplary, and all of the fears of the community, the people at the receiving end of the water, were allayed in due course, and that they took some time to work through. However, and the biggest thing that will come from that, of course, is the renewal of infrastructure, of the remainder of the infrastructure in Waikaiti and Karatani is being undertaken, and in most cases done, but also that eventually they will have better drinking water than when they started, because one of the things that did come out is that the water that was trucked out there to supply them in the interim did actually taste better than what they were getting, despite the fact that what they were getting did have no lead. None of the water supplies had lead in it. So the net result will be that things will be improved, and that is indeed how it should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Staines.
Thank you, Your Worship. it was really heartening to read Mr. Tanner's report. As an independent report, it set right a lot of things. And while it found a few areas where we could have, or our team and ourselves could have done better, I think overall his comment was the way it was handled was exemplary. It was a very difficult situation. And I have to add my thanks to those that have been given to Tom Dwyer and the Three Waters team for the way they stepped up. They owned the problem, even though they hadn't at that stage understood what it was. They took a very responsible and very cautious approach. And you can imagine how it felt to those team members. They were responsible for delivering safe drinking water. And here was a situation that on the face of it, and certainly from the media's point of view, was one where they had let their community down. I can remember sitting in front of the television, getting more and more angry as the media made what I would have to say very emotive statements based on, not on facts, designed to point the stick. And it had quite an impact on the community. So I think for all of that, the team in Three Waters stood up and acted very, very appropriately. The community board and its input was invaluable. I haven't always been a great supporter of community boards, but this really reinforced to me why we have community boards. In this situation, they played a key role. So all I can say in finishing is that while it was a very unsettling and rather, I guess, unfortunate situation, the way in which it was handled was fantastic. And there isn't anyone who, under the scrutiny of an independent report, looking back on what happened, would get away without having some issues that, or some areas rather, that can be improved. And the fact that those actions have been taken well before the report came out or underway, again says we have a great team in the Three Waters. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship, and I too want to thank all of the council team for the work that they did, the community board, especially Mr. Morrison. I was at the first meeting that was had, and it was a firecracker of a situation, which was extremely challenging for everyone there. And I do, like Councillor Houlihan, you know, want to apologise and feel sorry for the community. I know many members of the Wakawaiti community personally, and talk to them and the stress that they went through. And I also want to commend Councillor O'Malley for explaining a lot of the science and working with the communications. Often it's, as I call it, the C word, the communication. And I would have liked to hope that we have got some of the trust back from the community around this. And a lot of us finished science around the 5th form, and some of those understanding of lead in the water, not lead in the water, how does it affect my health, etc., were real fears to people, and it's really hard to understand a lot of that data. So I do commend Councillor O'Malley for working with the comms team and trying to explain a lot of that really complex data to try and help allay the fears of many in the community, for whom, you know, they were really concerned about how healthy their children were going to be when they're pregnant, you know, when they're growing food. So it was an extremely stressful and awful time, and I just feel so terrible for the community. I hope that the community will read the report. I hope they'll feel some comfort that we did the best that we could, and that we've learnt from the errors that were made, and that we'll go forward and deliver what we hope we can deliver in the future, which is fresh, safe drinking water every time you turn on your tap. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. And I too want to say my commendations to Tom Dwyer, Three Waters staff, for dealing with a situation which was very scary and unsettling for the people of Waikouaiti. And I note on page 67 of the report, Mr. Tanner mentions that following the issuance of the do not drink notice, the council staff have performed extremely well, and that apart from some glitches at the outset, notably communications response, things have gone as well as might be hoped for the council. And later it says that the water response and its implementation represent very, very, very good practice, and the DCC management and staff are to be commended for their planning, preparations and thoroughness. And I too would like to see the community see this report, in particular that community, because I think it's really important that we learn the lessons from this. And I note that the recommendations are being implemented, and Taumata Arawai will be wanting those recommendations to be across the country, in fact, and the information from this report will be informing Taumata Arawai's work. But also I want to note the 6 points that were part of the DCC response, you know, that the DCC response was exemplary, and those 6 points on page 67 are an example of that. But I also want to say that it was really interesting because we had the review of local government and community boards, and it's really good to see that in fact this backs up the findings that community boards are really, really important in being able to respond to situations and speak particularly over civil defence and emergency responses. Community boards are invaluable in their reach into the community and supporting them. So I really want to commend Alistair Morrison and his team for having a really good response and setting up meetings and opportunities for people to speak and talk about their fears and hear what the experts had to say and guiding them through this process. So commendations to everyone, certainly on the response and also on putting in the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I wasn't actually going to speak, but I do acknowledge what most of the speakers have already said. First off, Miss Graham and the way she led with the staff, in actually trying to get ahead of everything as soon as she could, you know, reacting as issues came up. And I thought, like, for example, the supply of vegetables when she and the staff had heard about the residents' concerns about what was growing in their garden. You know, a lot of those things that were actually unique in essentially how we react to crisis, and really putting a human element to it. I also want to say a big thanks to all the staff that actually had no affiliation to the communities out there, but they went out and actually manned water tanks, helped the community fill their water jugs, and actually tried to just engage and let them know everything will be okay. You know, to be taken out of your comfort zone in your normal 9-to-5 role and to be thrust into that sort of element, you know, I take my hat off to them and the way they actually conducted and represented the council and assisted the community. Obviously, Mr. Drew and Mr. Dwyer and their teams and how they worked through it. Mr. Morrison and the community board. I think, you know, when we look at our councillors and what we bring to the table, you know, I guess we had the right councillor in the right space for this with Councillor O'Malley. You know, he did understand the science a lot more than most of us, so definitely a lot more than I would have. But he also, as chair of infrastructure, had that great connection across the whole board. So, you know, I think Councillor O'Malley, you know, I take my hat off to you, and I think a lot of this report actually you can take some credit for as well. obviously the concerns about the community, and we feel for what they went through, and it was a hard time. And I had many residents coming to me that were really in dire straits and extremely worried, especially when some of the tests came back, a blood test came back, and what they felt was positive, and then got rechecked and went through extra levels. But in that case, I also want to thank Public Health, because, again, this was new territory for them as well. The two things that really stood out for me, and I touched on one when I was talking to Mr. Tanner, was about Eurofins and the whole testing regime. And I think not just us, I would say the rest of the country and the water entities have really understood that actually testing and the importance of it is vital, and how we also negotiate our contracts with what we want in the results and timelines. And I also want to pick up on an issue that Councillor Gary has raised consistently through this whole process. And I think there is an issue around our tapware in the country. And again, we go through the whole building industry in New Zealand. We seem to be worried about working with the lowest bidders and the lowest companies to just put something in the system, into the network, and get it done. But having been doing a new bathroom recently, we're still doing it, but going through that process, I totally agree that our plumbing standards in this country are very dismal, tragic, and we will pay the price in the future. And that really concerns me in this day and age, where I think if there's one thing that we could do as a council moving forward, and I'd be happy to support Councillor Gary in this, is putting some sort of motion where we actually move forward with government and actually push harder about lifting the plumbing standards in this country, because to me that is absolutely vital, to give everybody, no matter who you are, where you are in this country, that when you open your tap and to get a glass of water or to brush your teeth or anything, or even actually to water your plants, that actually there is no lead in your water system. And I think that is vital going forward. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And the plumbing issue was certainly picked up in the review of the health response, but I think it would probably be useful at some point in due course to get an update from the ministry again as to the progress that is being made against the recommendations in their work. And I mean, he's barely left the building, but I would remind people that our former group manager of Three Waters, his name is Tom Dyer, lest that being transcribed incorrectly anywhere by someone who's watching this meeting. There's no further speakers from councillors. I will waive my right of reply and offer Mr. Morrison the opportunity to speak finally.
Hello, good morning, all of you. Can you hear me all right?
Sure can.
It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the 2nd of February, and we were sitting in the Mayor's Lounge having a pre-agenda meeting, and it was our GSO Rebecca and Jim O'Malley and myself, and Simon Dew walked in and said, "There's lead in the water." And that's when we first heard about it. And then you had the television public announcement. And then she was all on for young and old for the next 2 or 3 weeks after that. It was a busy time. There was a lot of misinformation spread around the place. There was an awful lot of comment on social media. And I have to commend two of our board members, Sonia Billiard and Andy Barrett, for fielding an awful lot of this. Sonia is also the community worker in Waikawiti. And we had to do a fair bit of firefighting with some of the stuff that was coming out. But that all got done. When we had the blood tests, that was an amazing week, and the health services put together the most amazing and wonderful team to do the blood tests, and we did all the veggie handouts at the same time. That was a busy week, but it was a very rewarding week as well, and I can only commend the health services. You know, they were absolutely marvelous in what they did, and we had queues stretching all the way down the street for people to come in and get their blood tests. So that was a very, very busy time. From the time we'd put to bed all the initial kind of problems with communications. Everything that the water department did was absolutely first class. Tom Dyer and his team, they were amazing. And everything to do with the big water tanks and the huge supply of containers that was delivered to the event centre, that was first class. And everything, and I think many speakers have already said this morning that everything after the initial dramas, everything was first class, could not have been done better. We all learned that word plumbo-solvency and the business of flushing taps. And I would just suggest to the council, there is a requirement for councils twice a year to remind people to flush their taps, but it's been appearing in the little FYI magazine, and not everybody reads that. I would ask that perhaps council might like to consider a higher profile way of reminding people about that, but there's nothing to be scared of. Those little goobies of lead are not about to jump up and poison you. It's just to make sure the whole thing is explained a little bit more clearly. And I agree with what's been said before, that somebody in government needs to take hold of this whole business of lead in water. I'd like to acknowledge once again Sandy Graham's involvement in all of this. And when we were going through all the dramas, the fact that she was making decisions very, very quickly, positively, that was first class. And probably the final outcome of this is that the community now has a water system that's going to be as good as it can get. All the new pipe work's just about in, and the upgrade of the treatment plant, the last stage of that, I think is due for a bit later this year, maybe around August, September. And once that's in place, then that local water system that we have is going to be as good as you can get. So essentially, well done to one and all. And I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Tanner. It was a pleasure meeting you, if you're still here listening. And I read your report, and it just is bang on the button. Everything that you've said is correct. So there we are. It was a long few months, but it's 6 months since the water's been turned back on, and all the hoo-ha has died down a little bit, I think. So we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alison. I'll put the motion by division.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder. Councillor Elder.
Sorry, aye.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your Worship.
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
That is agreed. Thank you. Item 9 is the Sinclair St Kilda Coastal Plan. Mr. Drew and Mr. Simon Smith have joined us. Welcome. Anything you would like to offer by way of opening, either of you?
Kia ora, councillors. No, we feel the plan's being well communicated to council, so just happy to take questions.
Excellent. Are there any? There don't appear to be any questions. Councillor Elder.
Mute. Sorry about that. There is a question I have, and it's related to the upcoming item, which is around Marine Reserve. And in your plan for Middle Beach...
Councillor, I won't interrupt you often, but I do remind colleagues that the item that you've just referenced is being discussed in the non-public part of this meeting.
Oh,
So it may not be appropriate to discuss it at this point.
true.
And if you're unsure, I would suggest asking staff for advice before you ask it.
Yeah, no, I'll withdraw that actually, and I'll bring it up at the next discussion. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's quite all right. Councillor Raddick.
My question, page 77, item 30. How many people signed the petition received by staff?
Kia ora, Councillor Radich. Yeah, so that petition was received and included in our engagement report. I understand that was in the thousands. I could absolutely check that, but yeah, that's absolutely been received. I think the point that I would make there is that the way in which that's included within our analysis and our engagement is slightly different, given that we were never asking the community to sort of perform a polling or suggest their preference of option. Rather, we were trying to get a sense of the community's values and ambition for the coast before sort of moving towards that. So yeah, absolutely received. Cheers.
Yes. Well, just for interest's sake, it was 4,500, but I do understand it wasn't part of your consultation, but very good. Thank you.
Do you have any questions that you don't already have the answer to, Councillor?
No, I think
Councillor
all questions
Lofiso.
have been answered.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Tēnā korua, Mr. Simon Smith and Mr. Drew. Thank you very, very much for the work so far. I have two questions. They're kind of interrelated. I note, and I don't know, maybe this is a question for the CEO. So I note that in the summary of considerations that the significance is rated low. Is that because there isn't largely divided community opinion, or it's not requiring large amounts of money, or why is it rated low in terms of significance and engagement?
That is a good question, Councillor. It's not something. My sense is that because we have done extensive engagement to this point, that the adoption of the plan, which is what this paper is considered low because the engagement has already happened.
Okay, thank you. And so my related question is about the number of, well, the majority of respondents who said, you know, make this happen quickly. And so when it comes to actions and resolving issues relating to, in particular, to the landfill, is that going to be a long-term plan measure, or will there be significant engagement undertaken then at that stage?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Duffy. So yeah, there's two key items that I would mention in relation to the landfill at Kettle Park. So there's the first one is in regards to physical works. So over the next couple of years, we have budget in the current 10-year plan to address the contaminated material in the crest of the dune and to begin remediation or removal of that material. And if you've seen the sand that's stockpiled on Kettle Park and down at Tahuna Park, that's some of the material that will be used to replace that contamination. So that's part of the short-term response. The other activity which is planned to commence in the next couple of months is a large-scale investigation of the landfill at Kettle Park, which will help us better understand the volume of material, the risk that that landfill poses, and help us think about the possibility of remediation, for example, and other options relating to protection.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question has just been answered by staff in response to the question from Councillor Lofiso about resourcing. I'm happy to move when you've exhausted questions.
Yeah, thank you. Are there further questions? Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Tom, when I look at this plan and what we're presenting here, and thinking about when you first came, got involved with the beach program and as a student, how do you think your affiliation or your connection with the area has changed? And when you look at this work, what would you say you really have been surprised at or most proud at? And to be honest, I'd say your work with the notches at St Kilda were extremely strong. And this is a very good document and a very good presentation. And I just want to get your feedback on your learnings and what you are really sort of pleased that you heard from the community and for yourself.
Well, first off, thanks for those kind words. I think the first thing I would always say is, while I'm lucky enough to front a lot of this work, there's a broader team that does a lot of excellent stuff across council, including Garrett Chin and Jamie Shaw and others across council as well. So yeah, I think they should all be really proud of how far we've come in the last couple of years. I guess the piece that surprised me maybe the most was some of the stuff around Middle Beach and Kettle Park, and I think it's been really good to see how ambitious the community is willing to be around how they might view the changes that could happen there. Obviously, there's a lot of work still to happen in terms of informing what gets done there, but also the way that our stakeholders have approached this and how open they've been about having these difficult conversations. Things like managed retreat are really hard to talk about, particularly when they relate to, you know, a service that you've been providing to the community for many years and decades. So I would commend our stakeholders, groups like the Dunedin Rugby Club and surf clubs and others that have been willing to engage in a productive way. Yeah.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Bishop. Thanks, Tom, for this report. It's a budgeting question, really. We've got the budget at the moment for early work on the landfill at Kettle Park. But going forward, it strikes me that if we are to achieve a middle beach to get to natural shape and look to it, it'd be unlikely that we'll be able to keep the landfill sitting there. Would that be a reasonable assumption?
Yeah, it would be a fair assumption to say that if you were to look to create what we would call sort of resilience or mitigate natural hazard risk there, that would need to be combined at least in part with some part of removal. So there's all sorts of staging that could be done. It's not to say it would all go or all at once and all that sort of stuff, or at all. You know, we've got this work to be done that will help inform exactly what we do about it. But yes, if the intent was to create a sort of functioning beach and dune system, then yes, you would be required to remove the contamination.
Yeah, so at some point, then we'll have to make a decision on that, and then that will have budgetary implications. So how advanced do you think you'll be in the next 2 years as we look into the next 10-year plan? How far into that do you think you'll be able to be in that 10-year plan, or with the 10-year plan afterwards that would be looking at funding this? Like, this is a very open question. It could go to the CEO and head of infrastructure.
I guess the preliminary response I would say at this stage is that we have staged the next couple of pieces of work to help inform that exact question. So the landfill investigation piece for Middle Beach, the seawall end of life or risk assessment at Sinclair, these pieces of work are set up to help us, you know, inform our future work program, not just physical work, but also further investigation and assessment. So my feeling is that once we've done the Kettle Park landfill investigation, so in about 6 to 9 months' time, we'll be able to provide better clarity on that. But I wouldn't want to guess at it at this stage. Yeah.
No, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. Kia ora, Mr. Simon Smith. I just want to check on a figure on page 51 of your report, and the numbers 160 of ours, and it's just around the reach. And we've just been talking about communication, and I see that there was a media release put out, and it's got that the reach was 2. And there is that a misprint? Page 1 has 160 of our report and 51 of yours. It's in the engagement report. I'm just curious because obviously you want to engage as many people in the community as you can, and I felt like we would have seen stuff in the local paper that was encouraging people, etc., etc.
Yeah, so I don't think it's a misprint, but it's probably a slight. We can address that. It's not that it's the 2's probably right, but the media release is probably a misconception of exactly what they involved, and that was probably a more targeted stakeholder notice or something similar. But what I would say is that all the broad media releases that were done were obviously reached, many hundreds and thousands of people through, things like the ODT and Facebook and similar sort of mechanisms like that. Yeah, but yeah, we can check that.
Yeah, it would be great to see that address because it's just a bit peculiar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hall.
In your investigation into the landfill, have you looked at mining the landfill and taking out all the resources, or just looking at excavating and dumping? Around the world, companies buy landfills and they actually mine them and take out all the resources. Have we looked at that in any way at all?
Yeah, so part of the investigation, and this is something we've spoken about with the consultant contamination specialist team that we'll be engaging, is that part of that piece of work will be thinking about, where it can go, potentially what it could be used for if there is an opportunity. What I would say at this stage is we know parts of the story in terms of what lies beneath that sports field, but not enough to make sort of reasonable conclusions about the efficiency of sort of economic opportunities that relate to sort of secondary use or use of that material. So yes, it will be something that will be looked at, but at this stage, difficult to say.
Yeah, because as I said, around the world they've actually done it in other places in New Zealand. Rather than dig it out and dump it, they sort it and recycle it, and cut your costs phenomenal compared to excavating and dumping. Because all that stuff we dig out of there, we haven't only got tip fees to account for. We also have all of the ETS to account for as well. Even though it's been in a landfill, we can't just transfer it to another without paying. So we need to look into that big time and find out how much we can recover.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got a couple of questions, Mr. Simon Smith and or Mr. Drew. Firstly, aside from this piece of work, which is significant in our local context, there are relevant pieces of work happening at a national level, thinking of particularly the Ministry for the Environment's work on the National Adaptation Plan, and similarly in a different office in that same building, looking at work to remediate waste and landfills and those sorts of things, because we are certainly not alone in the lack of foresight to put a landfill immediately adjacent to the coastline. So as far as next steps go, assuming this is signed off at this meeting today, is that a good time for us to be engaging with the ministry at a higher level around what role they may play in the implementation stage?
Yeah, I think particularly the Middle Beach story is, potentially an exciting one, right? Like we've gone through the process, we've done it in the right way, we've engaged very broadly and openly with our community, and we've come up with what I would suggest is quite a progressive plan in terms of environmental focus and people focus. So I would suggest that on the back end again of this landfill investigation piece, we will have good information to inform a conversation with the likes of MFE and others about the opportunity at hand. Yeah.
Thank you. And just, I'm not sure if you're aware, there was some commentary when the draft coastal plan was put out that council's preference was for the demolition of the esplanade at the Sinclair end of the coastline, which certainly wasn't my interpretation of the draft coastal plan, and certainly not of this report that's before us. Is that your assessment?
Yeah, so I would take that probably even broader than just Sinclair. I would say there's no preferences sitting in this plan, and what we present is a set of shortlisted options or pathways that will essentially inform upcoming phases of work, which essentially now we've got a smaller list of things that we need to go out and understand and assess, and we'll go from there. But there's no sort of underlying bias sitting in there around particular outcomes. What I would say is that the community's voice has emphasised environmental outcomes and the significance of people and place. And as a result, our objectives do tend towards particular outcomes that might align better with particular options than others. But that is not a council position. That is simply a reflection of what we've heard from our community.
Yeah, that's a helpful message. Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Thank you for the extensive consultation that's been done over this, because they've certainly done a lot, which is great. Can I just ask around the erosion and the coastal issues we've got? It's major. I mean, I thought there was a very good question by Councillor Lafeso around low significance. I would call it extremely high significance. St Clair Beach in this area, because it's so important for most people in our city. My question, I've got a couple of questions around John Wilson Drive, and what do you see timeline and for the future of that, and for the funding of any remediation work needed there?
Yeah, so this comes back a little bit to the sort of approach that we're taking here, this adaptive approach, this iterative approach, and also a recognition that council has so much resource, and we've also got areas that currently sit as slightly higher priority. So what I'm sort of suggesting here is that in the short term for John Wilson Ocean Drive, the focus is on building and continuing to sort of invest in our dune resilience work. So the notching work that Councillor Elder has mentioned, and additional plantings could certainly be absolutely on the cards. But beyond that, we don't really want to get too ahead of ourselves. The Middle Beach section is really pivotal in how the rest of this coast might be sort of managed. So what we've done with the coastal plan is sort of socialise the suite of possibilities, being from protection versus like what you've spoken about, removal or remediation of John Wilson Drive. What I would say is it's really a long way off before a decision needs to be made about that. And in the coming years, we'll continue to invest in the dune resilience work, and in time progress towards thinking about, a similar investigation for John Wilson Drive and the risk that piece of infrastructure has, and what options we might look at. So it will be very much iterative, and will also be informed by the work that we're doing on other parts of the coast, like at Middle Beach and Kettle Park.
And what would happen if we left it as it is in years to come? Like, would we be facing a major toxic problem there, or what would?
Are you referring to John Wilson Drive or to Kettle Park?
Well, both, but I realise Kettle Park is more imminent, but with John Wilson Drive.
Yeah, well, John Wilson Drive, while it is sitting on top of rubble and debris and things, it's not considered a toxic site or a site of sort of landfill. So yeah, it's a very much different issue there. What I would say is that the general trends that we evaluate against is that as sea levels rise and coastal storms become more frequent, we should expect our dunes to move landward or inland. our access to be sort of poorer in time because the beach levels will be lower. So we either need to, create space for those processes to function, or to sort of, interact with it in a more sort of active or engineered sort of fashion. So those are kind of the two lines of thinking. Either you create space for coastal process, or you try and intervene through some sort of engineering mechanism to hold the line.
So the concern isn't that we could have even though there's some landfill there, the stuff that's there is not toxic.
The stuff that's underneath John Wilson Drive was exposed in 1978 as a result of a couple of storms, and was since then was planted out with dune systems, and the dunes have grown to what they are today. So these conditions sort of come and go. I would suggest that if that dune was to be eroded, that council's activity would probably be to try and reinstate the dune system rather than progress towards something more dramatic in the short term. So it's been seen before, but it's largely rubble and things like that. Yeah,
that's great to hear. And so the main issue or concern for that area is the erosion, really, from the sea, is it?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. And the same for Sinclair Beach. Is the way the structure is at the moment on this report? I mean, it's certainly sounding like that it can't stay the way it is. Is that fair to say?
So the answer here will be much the same as what I've given for Kettle Park, is that our transport team is going to be moving towards completing this end of life assessment on the Sinclair seawall to help inform how much longer we might expect it to last under the current conditions, and with increases in sea level rise, and that will inform our understanding of when exactly steps need to be put in place to either replace or otherwise change the area. And the options that have been shared within the plan stretch anywhere from modifications to the existing wall to a new wall to something more dramatic, which would involve setting the coastline back. And that risk assessment, that end of life assessment piece, is going to be a key bit of work which will help inform the suitability of those different options and their timing.
These are major pieces of work. Do you think, has the government indicated we should be able to get some funding for any of this? Or, like, following on from what the Mayor was saying earlier, is there funding available?
I guess my response to that would be, my feeling would be that central government is unlikely to get excited about reinstalling a seawall, but is more likely to get excited about removing toxic waste from a section of coastline and employing an option that might move towards reducing residual risk and creating space for coastal process. There is a range of different policies, like the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, that favour different outcomes, and managed retreat is certainly considered one of the options that would be more sort of sustainable and suitable. So I think it will depend on the area and the option that council might sort of perceive as a preference at that stage as to whether central government gets excited about it. But that would be something that's to come. At this stage, we don't have a good sense of the involvement. Yeah.
Finally, will we ever be able to have safe access to the beach? Because those stairs haven't been workable for a long time now.
Yeah, so one of the short-term actions for Sinclair that's resulted from the coastal plan, or two of them actually relate to public access and tightening up on improving some of that. The really honest answer is that even with improvements to the access way, the underlying challenge is that the beach is low, and if you're accessing a beach which is under wave processes and being impacted, then does the most people want to walk onto a beach where once they get halfway down the steps they've got waves lapping up against their ankles? So there's sort of the short-term answer is yes, we want to address some of it, but also we need to be sort of wary of how suitable and sustainable that might be, given that the beach is sort of increasingly low. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned that the community had changed your emphasis from the community consultation, and you've got 5 objectives. And I was just wondering, could you comment about how the community influenced those objectives and what they are about?
Yeah, so in the first case with the draft plan, the objectives resulted from the values feedback, which we had shared with our elected members at workshops last year. So essentially, we theme our feedback, we analyse it and try and pull out the sort of underlying sort of objectives and outcomes that sit within different responses from our community. And we came up with these sort of 4 or 5 key sort of pillars around environment, resilience, access, these sorts of sort of outcomes, which our objectives sit around. And then what we did is we essentially drafted up objectives in alignment with those outcomes, and that's what sat within the draft plan. And the changes that you see are actually the community just reflecting on the objectives that we've shared in the draft plan. So saying, well, we think you got this, you know, pretty good, but slightly wrong, and could we have slightly more emphasis here? So an example is that one of our objectives, or sorry, our vision at large has actually been changed, just tweaked slightly to have slight more emphasis on recreation and people, which they felt in the way that we had worded it seemed secondary, whereas now it's written to seem just all sort of equally important within the vision. So yeah, we've essentially made minor tweaks to different objectives based on the feedback. Objective 5, which was around policy, has also been changed because it was a little bit too wordy and difficult for people to understand. It's a lot more clear and yeah, simple for people to sort of pick up and understand the meaning of now as well.
Thank you for that. And the second question, just around the adaptive pathways approach, and we're moving to adopt this report, and should we move it, it'll mean more exploration and in-depth assessments can be done. Just a question related to options for actually creating more resilience. What your report seems to say is that there are a number of options, and we have to consider them in the context of, one, the assessments and the data, and also when those are triggered. So it doesn't preclude any number of solutions going forward. Would that be a fair assessment?
To some degree. So you'll see in the plan, in the section before the site-specific plans, there's a section titled something like management approaches, and the options that have essentially been excluded at that stage are the do nothing options and what we call the advance the line options. So the advance the line is essentially engineering the coast to allow it to move even further out into the sea. It's highly counter to sort of national policy and also sort of regional policy as it relates to the regional plan coast. So those options have sort of been cut out, but that still leaves us with a suite of options that fall within the hold the line class and the what we would call accommodation or managed retreat, that sort of space, which is about creating space for coastal processes. So yeah, essentially the pathways that we've shown, some of the different options, well, all of those options are pulled from those different things, from either holding the line, keeping the coast where it is, which could involve walls or groins or breakwaters, or creating space for coastal process, which could involve remediation of a landfill, managed retreat, you know, building dune resilience, these kinds of things. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think it's been moved by Councillor Benson Pope and seconded by Councillor Walker. Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to add my thanks and congratulations to all the people who've been involved in this, including those involved in the community discussions. The the report and its recommendations, and I'm talking about option 1, obviously, are extremely timely. Unfortunately, the focus that should have been provided on this gem part of our coastline hasn't been as immediate as it might have been probably since the demise of the Ocean Beach Domain Board at the time of local government reform. And now, of course, we've moved very much from a fortification approach to facing up to the greater challenges that we have because of sea level rise and so on, and the issues in particular around Kettle Park. So I think they've all been appropriately identified. We all know the challenges are ahead, and I think the base is set really well for continued discussion and development of wherever we want to go in the community. So well done to everyone. This is an issue which I think we are facing up to in a timely manner. And in particular, I think we're very well served by the staff who've been involved in the development of this process.
Thank you, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. I hope the community will be extremely pleased to see this plan. The reason I asked about the question about the reach for the media, that it was 2, was that I was very heartened to see the engagement that had gone on, and I see also that the team won a award for Project of the Year in the planning category of Australasian Core Value Awards, recognising outstanding projects that are at the forefront of community engagement. And we've talked a lot about engagement at council, so it was just a real pleasure to wade my way through the large and attached engagement report and see the feedback. And I love a good graph, and to see how many people liked all the sorts of questions that were being asked. It was heartening to see there was over 80% of people supported the vision, and some neither supported or didn't think anything about it, I guess. But also the questions that were asked about the 5 sorry, lost it. The 5 objectives of the plan as well were well thought out. And I think this is an amazing example of going out to the community, talking with the community, and actually taking that feedback and putting it back in the plan. When I read the plan, I did have the, I guess, initial was what's the action that's going to be required now, because that was a lot of feedback from the community, and I was pleased to, on reading the plan, see what that action was, and that we already had money in the budget as well, which is obviously is important. So yeah, I'd like to support the obviously the option 1 and commend the work that's been done on the community engagement. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. Thanks to the mover as well. I have to be honest and say, when I read this this plan over the weekend, it actually made me very proud to be a Dunedin City Councillor, to be honest. And I just wanted to commend Mr. Simon Smith, Garrett, Jamie, and all his team. In fact, all staff who have been involved over the past 2.5 years putting this together, and I have no issues in supporting to adopt it, of course, by seconding it. Also want to commend our staff, as Councillor Barker did, on the tremendous community engagement around this document. And of course, it comes, I guess, as no surprise to any of us that this has been recognised with 2 major awards, highlighting outstanding projects that are at the forefront of community engagement. And whether we like it or not, the sad reality for all of the coastal world, all of coastal New Zealand, and of course coastal Dunedin, is that sea level rise is a certainty. Exact centimetres or metres of rise, that's open to scientific debate. And I'm sure we'll continue as we move on in this certainty. The Sinclair St Coastal Coast currently protects, I think it's the report says, businesses, infrastructure, and over 10,000 people's homes. So it's only fair that we plan now to mitigate any potential effects of the certainty of impending sea level rise. And rightly or wrongly, the approach to protection in the past has been reactive. We know that. And we can see evidence of that today if we walk along the beach. But as a progressive, forward-thinking council, it is incumbent on us as governors to support a well thought out, strategically aligned, longer term management approach that really, it's really the only sensible thing to do. I mean, it's sensible in terms of future resilience. It's sensible for our communities' recreation expectations. It's sensible in terms of protecting our precious wildlife. It's sensible in terms of access and connectivity, and it's sensible in terms of working with and involving the community as the plan progresses and gets implemented. So once again, well done to everyone involved in getting this excellent plan to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā Your Worship, I'd just like to add my thanks to the team and congratulate them on winning the prize. It was awesome reading. As Councillor Walker said, he was proud to read the report, and I was inspired by reading of the history from a mana whenua perspective, and also the comments, both attacking, supporting the vision, but also those that were quite frank about the vision and critical of us as a bureaucracy and an organisation, because I think that's the heart of engagement, is actually hearing all sides. So I just really want to record my thanks, especially to the team, Mr. Simon Smith and his team, and thank the mover and seconder. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that the key is in the title, Our Coast, Our Community, and a Coastal Plan. And it's been acknowledged this is not an implementation plan that we are supporting. What I'm delighted about is this is the long game, the long view. And so often councils end up reacting to things. It's often the very nature of our work. And this takes a much more proactive approach. So I share the pride of my colleagues with the key aspects being based on expertise and science, but acknowledging that there's a lot of uncertainty with climate change, both in terms of the already disruptive storm events increasing, sea level rise, but particularly acknowledging the community values. And that's one of the things I was so heartened to see here at the very heart of it. I want to acknowledge the efforts of staff of Mr. Simon Smith, Mr. Chin, Mr. Shaw and the team. And that acknowledges has been made widely amongst colleagues. This is a really, really good piece of work. And while some of the conversations are difficult and challenging and will continue to be, they need to be had. It's been acknowledged this is a progressive plan in terms of Middle Beach, and there isn't an underlying bias. And it's adaptive, iterative, and it's around the resourcing and where we decide to put that. But I just want to end on the community, the key points for the community around environmental outcomes, people in place and recreation. And we should, going forward, remember that. It's key to the plan, and I congratulate all those involved. This is truly taking the community with us.
Thank you, Councillor Reddick.
Record my thanks to Tom and Garrick in particular for the wonderful job they've done of the community engagement. They have, in fact, won prizes for that. But I think a great many people associated with the beach and having had any involvement with the beach were very pleased to have their opinions recorded and have the opportunity to discuss the whole beach situation as far as a bigger picture, but also as far as the more closer to action things that they would see. And it's easy to see from the item 30 in the staff report of the plan what those two things are. And the community are very keen to see the landfill remediated and also to see sand built up on the beach. And they look, of course, to the old pole groins. But the action plan, the overall coastal plan, covers all manner of possibilities. And with the overarching vision of a beautiful beach with plenty of sand and wildlife in abundance, I think it fits very well with the desires of the community of their wonderful city. So I think Tom has led a very successful engagement, and we have a really good and interesting document with all manner of possibilities as we adapt to the future that lies before us, and with a great deal of unknowns yet to come forward. So thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to also thank Mr. Chin, Simon Smith and Mr. Shaw for their work to date, and comment on the difference between engagement and consultation, at least in my dictionary. This is a very good engagement process. We've taken it at the right time frame, had a lot of communication with the community, which I think is why it won the prizes that it's won. Now the challenge is, now that we've done that engagement, is to start putting together the programs that are going to respond to that. And I agree with Mr. Simon Smith's kind of horizon on this. This will have to be a long time horizon, and we'll have to pick each section of it as we execute it one at a time. The challenge that the council will face, in my opinion, is remembering. As we move along, we have a tendency sometimes to put things down and then go out and do a new project in the future. I hope that this doesn't work. This has been an extremely good example of interacting with the community to come out with some long-term strategic objectives and visions. And like I said, I think the challenge now will be to make sure we hold on to those visions as we move forward. And just thank you very much, staff, for you've taken us to this point.
Thank you, Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. I too want to congratulate Tom, Simon Smith, Garrick and Jane Shaw for the work they've done on this consultation. I actually went to one of their setups at Sinclair life-saving rooms, and the information they had there was amazing. They had all the old photos, they had boards with some of the issues, and they were very warm, friendly and approachable. And it talks to the idea of pre-engagement before we make decisions. And so they had an open mind coming into this. And so they were wanting to hear from the community to look at what they want first. And I think that's really, really important. And I think about the people of South Dunedin. They love living there. It's flat, it's accessible, it's everything they want, and their community is often in that community. So it's a treasured community, but also the beach and the space by the beach is a treasured place for people to play and recreate in. And those communities were able to talk to that and express what they wanted. I really, really value that there was a change made in the vision with a greater emphasis on people and recreation, as this was a place not only to protect the community, but a place where people wanted to retain that opportunity to play and enjoy a coastal environment. So our vision for the Sinclair, St Kilda coast is to enhance the natural environment for it to be resilient to coastal hazards and future sea level rise, and for future generations to be provided with access and recreational opportunities. I think that's a wonderful vision. And I do encourage us to keep this communication open, because an adaptive pathways response is about adapting to change as it, well, exploring options to adapt to change before it happens, but also being able to keep that communication open as we go along in the adaptive pathways approach. So congratulations all, particularly Tom, Simon Smith and team, for leading what I consider a really good community consultation.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, like everyone else, but I think it's worth saying because the work they've done is so extensive. So thank you to Tom, Simon Smith, Garrick Chin, James Shaw and Ian Telfer for all their work that they've done on this project, and the extensive, for me, it's been the extensive engagement with the people. There will be some people who won't have heard some of this, but they've certainly made genuine, really good attempts to engage with as many people as possible. And I think that's so important because in my mind, this is a major significant project. And it's got huge implications for many, many people. And for myself, I have to say, my family and as a child and growing up in Dunedin, the Sinclair Beach is a huge part of my life and my family's. And we've got heaps of fond memories of being down there at the beach, at the cafes, at the park. That whole area is so important to us. And I mean, to so many other people. So no matter what it takes, we just have to save that beach. And obviously the waves are going to still keep coming, but we've got to look at any ways to be innovative and to just make sure that we save what we've got, because in my opinion, it is. And that's why I've picked the saltwater pool as one of my backdrops here, because I love that. It's like paradise to me going for a swim at the saltwater pool. And I really do believe if you've traveled anywhere around the world, that our beach that we've got is one of the jewels in our crown. It really is spectacular and it's worth saving. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van der Vis.
I agree that the coastal plan has been extremely thorough, and the engagement has been extraordinary and detailed. And I can see that all that work has produced a well-deserved prize. I do wonder though, and this is really where we come in, I do wonder whether or not engagement and plans and reports are becoming an end in themselves. To me, the actions required and the results of this plan are unsurprising. To me, it's unsurprising that if people hear about a landfill in their beach that they want it remediated, to me, it's unsurprising that when people have seen the beach sand receding and sand sausages being exposed, that they want more sand there. To me, it's unsurprising entirely that the actions required would be to remediate and get more sand on the beach. What I do find lacking in the report and plan is a real sense of what has been done and what actually needs to be done in terms of actions. If we look at the amount of money that as a council we spend on plans, consultant opinions and research costs, if we look at what we spend on the paperwork, if we'd done a lot less paperwork and instead done an experiment of putting in Councillor Raddick's groins, for instance, to see if they work, it would have been a lot cheaper than the consultants' reports on whether or not they were going to work. To me, a lot of this paperwork lacks practicality. A lot of it could actually be sidestepped if we just went ahead and tried some things that weren't too expensive. But again, I mentioned Councillor Raddick's suggestions, and he's made them very eloquently over a long period of time. We've got yet another plan, and it's a very, very well consulted on plan, but actually it's cost an extraordinary amount of money that I think could have been better spent. The report also refers to the petition that Councillor Raddick talked about, without stating that it had 4,500 petitioners. I would have thought that any balanced report mentioning a petition would also mention the strength of support for that petition. And 4,500 petitioners, I think, is very strong. So that's something which I think didn't help with balance in the report. And finally, I wish to take task with Mayor Hawkins, whose sarcastic comment, and I quote, "Do you have a question that you don't already have an answer for?" I believe that to be totally inappropriate, A, in terms of respect for the councillor, but B, in terms of what we are here to do as representatives. We are not here simply to ask questions of things that we ourselves don't understand. We are here, I believe, to ask questions that are of interest to the public at large. And it's very often the case that we have to ask questions of things that we already know ourselves, that we already know the answers to, simply to get them out there, because the reports that we get lack these vital bits of information. I personally find, and have found for many years now, especially under this particular council, that having to find the answers to questions first, before I ask those questions publicly, has been necessary in order not to be completely shut down and tried to be made a fool of by the sarcastic comments of the chair or mayor, as the case may be. So I'm reasonably happy with the report, except that I think it's just yet another report that is added to an already expensive line of consultation and consultant opinion. I would have much rather seen half the money go to trying to see what effect putting in some groins would have, or just dumping a whole lot more sand on the beach, if that's what Councillor Hall seems to think might do the job. I think we should actually try things that are practical experiments that don't cost much, rather than spend extraordinary amounts of money to get these absolutely superb engagement plans written up, which at the end of the day don't have any really surprising results anyway.
Further speakers? Well, I'll add my thanks to the staff. It's a fine piece of work and well worth investing in, and it won prizes from an engagement point of view for a reason. And it's important because these are very sensitive discussions about significant assets that affect people's homes and businesses and prized recreational spaces. And we are right to take a strategic approach to that work and an integrated approach to that work, and with a long-term view that is built on values that then inform what you do about it. I think that's a far more responsible approach to take than trying a few experiments along the coast and seeing what might happen or what might not happen as a result. This is an impressive piece of work, but it's a milestone, obviously, and what will continue as we work through what the implementation options are. And I think, I mean, it's scary for people to a degree, because when we have these discussions about what various management options might look like into the future, it makes them feel that like they're imminent. And there's no way of getting around that other than to reiterate the fact that they aren't imminent, and that we haven't taken any decisions around what we do along the Sinclair to St Kilda coast beyond this coastal plan, which sets up the framework for how we will go about making those decisions. And it's disappointing knowing that and having elected members in their commentary around the coastal plan work propagate the myth that decisions have been made and that council's preference is for the demolition of the esplanade and for it to return to the beach. And it's, I mean, it's disappointing. At the very least, it is at worst wildly irresponsible to be putting that narrative out there with absolutely no grounds. Worse still, I would argue, from the Deputy Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, because we haven't made any of those decisions as this work has progressed. And as I say, these are very sensitive discussions to have with a community and to put at risk the trust that has been built up by our staff with affected residents to suit a political purpose, I think is an abdication of our responsibilities as governors. of the city, and it's pleasing to have it on record from the appropriate staff that there is no reasonable interpretation of either the draft coastal plan or this final one that we're being asked to adopt today that would come to the conclusion that the decision has been made around a preference for the demolition of the esplanade and a return to the beach. And I would encourage all members here to take that on board when we are having those discussions with our wider community. Councillor Benson Pope, your right of reply.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to first of all echo the comment that Councillor O'Malley made about not forgetting about this. I think you're right to say this is a milestone report, and I think it's the responsibility of all of us to keep the foot on the throttle, I guess, because the wider planning must continue, and there must be no more great gaps. And obviously the issue with accelerating sea level rise is going to help keep us focused on that. I think the two other points that I'd make in reply simply relate to not only the long-term vision, as I've just said, but the fact that the strength of the report is it addresses the medium term and the short term. The medium term issue is clearly going to be the continued investigation and remediation of what shouldn't stay at Middle Beach. And also, more importantly, in terms of the urgency for residents, the correction and the provision of the long needed safer access from the seawall to the beach at Sinclair. So I think the bases are all covered, and I think this is a very a good pathway forward, as well as a long overdue fix of some stuff that needs attention right now.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll take the vote by division.
It'll be 2 seconds.
This is a perfect opportunity, councillors, to find your mute button, just FYI.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder.
Found my mute button. Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your Worship.
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
That is agreed. Thank you. Item 10, and for colleagues' interest, I'll break for lunch after this item. Item 10 is engagement on the 2022-23 annual plan. Ms. Graham has appeared and is speaking to this.
With Ms. Wikara, and I'm just
Ms.
waiting.
Wikara, who hasn't appeared. Welcome. Any opening comments from either of you?
We're happy to take it as read, Your Worship.
It's fine by me. Also, questions, Councillor Laws, if there are any. There appear to be one. Councillor Vandervis.
Why is it on page, what have we got here, 173 under that community engagement approach, that we have adopted as a proposed principle, or that the proposed principles are including, sorry, pardon me, I've actually got the wrong question here. My question was actually for the next.
It's the subsequent paper is where I was assuming that was going. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
We'll get to that after lunch. Are there questions on the annual plan engagement paper? No.
I did have one question regarding the community engagement being responsive to the Treaty of Waitangi, and I was wondering what specifically was proposed in being responsive. What parts of the treaty are proposed to be responded to?
I can answer that. Kia ora, Councillor Vandervis. So you will be aware that we are working really closely with mana whenua, and that is part of the DCC's Treaty of Waitangi approach. And being responsive to the Treaty of Waitangi is actually being responsive to our Māori community and in particular mana whenua and also Mātāwaka.
Sorry, my question was, what section of the Treaty of Waitangi were you specifically wanting to respond to, and how were you going to make that response?
Sorry, I'm just trying to get clarification here. You're wanting me to reference what article in the treaty this statement C is responding to?
Yes.
Well, I would say that it is responding to all of the articles in the treaty.
Okay, so there's nothing specific there. All right, when you say we're going to be responsive, how is that responsiveness going to manifest itself? Apart from saying that we all agree with the Treaty of Waitangi.
I think it's about being active and proactive in our approach to having conversations with mana whenua, including them in some of our discussions around how we have engagement. I'm aware that in the last 10-year plan, we set up particular engagement hui with mana whenua in Mātāwaka. We offered them the opportunity for us to meet at their marae. Mātāwaka took that opportunity up, and we had councillors who came along to Araitiuru Marae for 10-year plan hui. We also had that conversation with mana whenua around how they would like to be engaged with, and we had an opportunity to meet with mana whenua in a way that was appropriate for them. So it's about having conversations with our community, including mana whenua and Mātāwaka, and ensuring that the cultural approach that we take to engagement is also an approach that they are happy with, that they feel comfortable with, and that they are having an opportunity to have a say in. We do this for all our communities actually, but we have not particularly done this with the Māori communities in this city.
So, yeah, thank you. I think I get it now. So the responsiveness that is spoken of here is having conversations with mana whenua.
And Mātāwaka, it's just building a relationship based on whakawhanaungatanga and opportunities to engage that are culturally appropriate for our communities.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, and tēnā korua. I just want to tease out in point 17, community diversity. That means that covers people, disabled people and elderly as well. Thank you.
Correct.
Correct.
Thank you, Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. And on that note, we got a prize for the time before last, our consultation, and a lot of that was done in simple language, language that everybody can access, and also videos. And I was just wondering what the work has been done in making the messaging accessible to everybody.
As we develop the content for our engagement, it will be written in plain English and will be accessible. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further questions. So, Councillor O'Malley.
Just jump one at the very end there. My question is around continued engagement in between annual plans and long-term plans. When we get the feedback from the community, we often aggregate that into a community response kind of thing. What's the mechanism for if we get a feedback from the community? Oh, let's just say if we go back to this coastal plan item and we get some feedback around Kettle Park, and clearly it's not going to be resolved this year, it'll get resolved at some point in the future. How do we what mechanisms do we have in place to keep that feedback alive and able to be accessed in a living manner, so that as we develop further documents in the future, we can say we've already received this feedback? Is there a mechanism for doing that?
So I'll answer that, Your Worship. If you recall, Councillor O'Malley, at the previous 10-year plan, the most recent one, we came up with an approach where we had identified a whole range of requests that were either for funding or for what we called amenity. So we'll refine that, because it was a new initiative. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than we'd had. So we will refine that and look to capture, using your example, suggestions people have about the coastal plan, and then look at how we might work with those groups to then feed into the long-term plan, or to provide advice to councillors for deliberations, depending on the nature of the suggestion from the community.
Yeah, thank you. I know I came dangerously close to asking a question I more or less knew the answer of, but it's good to hear that you've actually got that plan moving forward. Thanks. Councillor Vandervis.
Looking at the page number 174, 17A, the idea that, especially with COVID now, that we're going to create digital content and producing a series of short videos to tell the story of key decisions and progress on current projects. How do you propose, I think this is for Chief Executive, how do you propose for these videos not simply to be public relations exercises to justify decisions we've already made?
What we will do through Your Worship, create videos that provide updates to the community on the things that we said we were going to do and how we've performed against those. So, for example, we said we were going to build the Mosgiel pool, that in the last 10-year plan, that was one of the major projects, by way of an example, and then provide an update where we're at and what the community can expect. We said we were going to spend this much money on renewals of the water infrastructure. Here's what we've done. That is partly what we're going to try and do, just by way of an update. At the same time, we council have taken new decisions. For example, the opening or the changing the funding for the tunnels trail. We will provide some information for our community so they know about the things that have changed.
So the videos will be primarily informational rather than patting ourselves on the back, as FYI tends to do.
I'm not offering a view of what FYI does or doesn't do. I don't agree. Well, actually, I am offering a view. I don't agree with that characterisation of FYI, but these videos will be as I've described them to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy to move the recommendations. Is there a seconder? Seconded, Councillor O'Malley. Would anyone like to speak to it? No, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That is agreed. I'm sure the lack of appetite for discussion has nothing to do with the imminent adjournment. I'll move that we adjourn the meeting through until 1:15. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. Kia ora tātou, welcome back. Item 11 on the agenda is the Zero Carbon City Plan Interim Guiding Principles and Stages of Work. Welcome, Ms. Wikaira and Ms. McTavish, whose arrival is imminent.
Kia ora koutou.
Welcome. Any opening remarks you wish to offer?
No opening remarks.
Very good of you to have the same response at the same time in separate offices. Questions, councillors? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Ms. Wikaira, and great to see you back, Ms. McTavish, after your maternity leave. A couple of questions. First one, I think it's fairly obvious, but I'll just confirm it. To me, interim is a key word here. Is that right, in terms of this needing to be better refined, I guess, once the strategic refresh is done?
Yes, Councillor, that's exactly right. We're cognizant of the fact that there is the strategic refresh underway, and that there is obviously the Māori, the broader Māori perspectives work also underway, which we will obviously want to be aligned with. But as an interim measure, we need something to crack on with, given the imminence of Council's target and the need for us to get going.
Okay, thank you. And second question, maybe to the CEO, and I've asked this probably a couple of times before, it's around point 10 and developing the comprehensive emissions reduction plan, which of course will, as stated, be a complex task. In terms of the internal resourcing to do that, staffing resourcing, how, I mean, do we sit well? Are you confident? Is that, foresee any issues in terms of that staffing resource? Do this.
I am comfortable that we've got adequate resource to do the work.
Acknowledging that the budgets from July onwards are still in draft.
Yep. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up question before I go to others on the interim thing? Just trying to, and I think that's sensible as an approach, but I'm just trying to avoid sunk costs and effort where there is a risk of that. There's nothing in the higher level or complementary pieces of work that you would anticipate being counter to what is being proposed here. If that makes sense, I'm going to ask it slightly differently. I just don't want to get to a point where, as you say, you get on with it in the interim, and then we, and I appreciate that policy and strategy are questions for politicians, not for staff, ultimately. But in the work that you're doing and in the advice that we will get, and we wouldn't anticipate anything through the other pieces of work that would be counter to what is being proposed here.
We don't think so, although that work is at a high level at this point, and so guiding principles are not something that we can draw on or that exists within that body of work yet. We have looked at the guiding principles, or the principles of practice that underpin the donut economics approach to development of plans and strategies, and those have been drawn on in drafting these principles. Similarly, you'll see the desire to align with our treaty responsibilities and obligations, and to embed engagement with mana whenua and mātāwaka also within the principles, the working principles. So those feel like the two kind of really key strategic directions that we have from Council at this point, and we've done our best to reflect where those are at. I guess the other thing that I would reflect is that we have looked broadly across the sector at existing plans and drawn on the principles that are underpinning those, and we've looked at central government guidance, the guiding principles that were put out for consultation with the emissions reduction plan discussion document, and the New Zealand Climate Change Commission, He Poarangi, the recommended guiding principles that they put to government. So all of those have been assessed and looked at, as well as our existing guiding principles that underpin our existing framework. So we've done our best, but of course that doesn't preclude the possibility of you guys taking a different tack next year, and I guess that's why we're flagging up that these are interim, pending, I guess, confirmation of that broader piece of work once it's concluded.
Or indeed government in May and through the emissions reduction plan, but that is both comprehensive and comforting. So thank you for that. Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you for that introduction. Does the emissions reduction plan assume significant sea level rise over the next 50 years?
So the guiding principles that the emissions reduction plan, which is, I guess, the next phase of work, that will draw on at a high level, we've tried to embed the concept of being responsive to change and being responsive to uncertainty, and I guess align as much as possible with the guiding principles within the South Dunedin Future body of work, which also seek to acknowledge those uncertainties in that changing environment.
The question was, does the reduction plan assume significant sea level rise over the next 50 years?
Well, there is no emissions reduction plan yet. These guiding principles would be the ones that we would take forward into that plan development. And the principle that I guess tries to capture the possibility or the likelihood of changes to sea level or indeed just general change is the one around thinking long term. So the wording that we are proposing for Council's guiding principle is embedded in that particular principle.
Thank you.
The emissions reduction plan is broadly a mitigation strategy as opposed to an adaptation one, which would deal with what that change looks like in the community. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Kia ora, Mrs. McTavish. I have a couple of questions, I guess. It's just gone on page 180, number 12, and it talks about the work that has commenced on 3 of the 4 pillars, and I just want to understand which pillars have had work commenced on them and what stage that work is at.
Sure. So pillars 1, 2, and 4, sorry, they're not numbered, but defining success, collaboration and consultation, and developing processes. We've started work on all 3 of those pillars. In terms of defining success, a lot of the work that well, Florence in particular, in my absence, has done over the last little while has been starting to scope out that particular pillar. We've also identified that there are some areas that we need some additional technical expertise in. So we're in the process of procuring that to support our work in that area. Obviously, some of the early work that was done with the Climate 2030 Rapid Review around offsetting and various other different elements has supported our work in that area. Collaboration and consultation, primarily to date, this has been focused on the Zero Carbon Alliance work, which I commenced before I left and have just picked up again. So I think there was an update on your agenda today, which confirms that the Southern District Health Board has now confirmed that they're keen to participate. And we've got an options paper sitting with Runaka for their consideration around their aspirations for involvement or engagement with the Alliance and how they might like to shape that up. So that's where that Alliance piece is at. I guess also critically, we've got recruitment underway for a couple of staff members, one who will be focused on the consultation, the collaboration, the outreach piece. Yeah, really excited to have that expertise joining us imminently. And developing processes, Florence's key focus in my absence has been starting work internally around some of that process stuff. So we've got a new emissions management software solution which has been rolled out across the organisation to support teams across the organisation to engage with or to better manage down your emissions. We've got a new emissions reduction plan for the organisation, which ELT has recently endorsed, and we're looking at I guess we've started the process thanks to that piece of software. We're now able to embed some reporting processes and things like that, which council will see as they roll out over the next sort of while. So it gives you a bit of a high level picture of where we're at. Yeah.
So going from the high level just down to a little bit of low level, as part of the work that the government funded for Enterprise Dunedin to do was some carbon zero work, working with tourism operators. And I think I asked, gosh, was it last week we had the meetings with economic development about where that work was at, and I was wondering how and where council can support the ongoing that ongoing work, because obviously there's that high level stuff, but there's also some impetus and some government funding to help that lower level and businesses getting on board as well.
Yeah, so I guess the work that we do within the zero carbon team is focused, I guess, at the strategy and the policy level, and that's not to discount, in fact, some of the really important work that's happening within operational teams, not only the likes of Enterprise Dunedin with their outreach, and that government Pusia has been super helpful in helping them pilot that particular approach, but also the likes of the Waste and Environmental Solutions team with the Waste Futures work, the Three Waters team, currently looking with them at some scope around emissions reduction or emissions baselining. So there's lots of work happening across the organisation in lots of different places. I guess what our focus within the zero carbon team is on is more of that strategic end, trying to get some answers proactively to council around, you know, what are the key areas for future investment and development to further manage down our emissions, and also what are the policies and processes across the organisation that we need to embed and support that kind of initiative that you're referring to within Enterprise Dunedin becoming business as usual. So that's just what teams do across the organisation.
Thank you. It's given a great update.
Councillor Elder.
Actually, that answered my question, so thank you for that.
Councillor Raddick, we're making good time.
Yes, look, I've only got one very little question, just for absolute clarity. Of the 4 pillars, you've worked on 3 of them. So just to be clear, the one pillar that you haven't worked on yet is the actually actions and setting out pathways of what actions will take place. Is that right?
Yeah, I would say in a formalised sense, from the perspective of developing an emissions reduction plan, we haven't commenced that work. Obviously, before I went on parental leave, you guys saw a lot of reports from me providing advice on around this 10-year plan and how you could focus your investment to maximise alignment with emissions reduction ambitions. So at a generic level, we've been doing some of that, but the next step for us is really focused on this formal sort of zero carbon plan process, and in that sense, we haven't commenced that work.
Yes, I'm reminded of the adage that when harvesting a renewable resource, one should spend most of one's time sharpening the axe.
Certainly, yes, certainly we think that defining success piece is going to be really critical to shaping up the pathways modelling. And the reason for that is because there are so many different ways that you can reduce emissions, and the guiding principles that we've got in front of you today are essentially the first step in helping us define what the sort of general preferred approach is for us to take with that work.
Yes, well, everyone collaborate, get on the same page will be very helpful. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Welcome back, Ms. McTavish. My question is around some energy audits that were done a while ago now. I think there was one done about 6 or 7 years ago, and then there was a follow-up done about 2 years ago. I'm correct in those, right? Or more or less.
I'm sorry, I don't know which energy audits you're referring to.
Yeah, Councillor, do you mean the energy study or the carbon footprinting work?
The carbon footprinting work, I think it was done. We did it with an external supplier, and it identified that after agriculture, transport and standing energy were the biggest greenhouse gas emitters in the area.
Yes.
My question is, when are we going to start going after those targets directly? And is the definition of a city target, I just want to make sure that we're not talking the DCC target, right? We are talking about the city of Dunedin target.
Yes. Yeah.
What would be a reason not to already target the existing standing energy units that are in the city right now, and establish not an actual execution plan, so that by 2030 they have all been converted over to renewable energy? Is there anything stopping that activity now that would be inconsistent with the development of these pillars?
No, and work is underway on that. And I guess that's what I'm flagging up around the work that we're doing here, as opposed to work that is happening within operational teams across the organisation. So, for example, there is work underway looking at heating options, or I know that you guys have seen several reports on it, and I think another one's pending, around heating options for DCC buildings. That has brought us into conversation through the potential district energy scheme discussion with a range of other stakeholders that also have fossil fuel fired stationary energy solutions. So we're involved in those conversations. I guess in terms of the schools and the coal boilers that are still in many of those, I think 43, something like 43 schools at last count. We have engaged directly, before I went on parental leave, the Mayor wrote a letter, I think, to the then Minister, flagging up that we really would like to see some momentum around that, and our EnviroSchools team has been involved in that. And so there's a whole range of work that's underway. Advocacy where we don't have direct influence, and looking to take direct action where we do have influence. But it does not amount to a zero carbon plan, which I think is one of the resolutions which you guys passed in 2019 sought a plan. So we're charged, I guess, with development of that plan.
Thanks. So when it does become operational, do you have a sense of what department of the council will take over the operational duties of executing the plans?
So that will depend on the type of actions or pathways that are decided on. But obviously with transport being such a major part of our footprint, that's likely to be a team that is heavily involved. Similarly, waste, it's an area that we do have a relative amount of direct control, which is really helpful. So I suspect that the Waste and Environmental Solutions team will be involved, as they already are, in fact, in developing and working on solutions. So a lot of the plan work is going to be looking at, I suspect, looking at the baseline that we've got, which is the actions that are already funded, that are already embedded in the forward work program for council, and looking at how we add value around those, what further actions we need to take, how far those actions are going to take us, and what we need to do to convince either other stakeholders or the government or members of our community to get us further on the journey.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, and welcome back, and congratulations. Your life will, I would imagine you're not getting much sleep, you poor thing, thinking back to my newborn baby days. You mentioned advocacy, and I'm just wondering how proactive we are with that. Have we, without a plan, how are we coordinating everything that's happening? That's my concern, is obviously a plan gives us a really good base to work from and to have some direction. At the moment, what sort of direction do we have without a plan, and why has it taken us so long to actually get a plan? Sorry, that's about 3 or 4 questions.
So I guess to start with the question of how things are currently being coordinated, the work that we did ahead of the 10-year plan before I went on parental leave essentially has helped define the work program going forward. So we spoke to people across the organisation about the barriers to this becoming their business as usual, and we've got changes to policy and process that we know need to be made in order to empower staff to all become really active in terms of working this into their everyday mahi. And that work is already underway. So it will become progressively more coordinated, I guess, over time as that policy and process rolls out. But in the absence of having policy, staff members who need assistance come to the zero carbon team for support, and we get involved in the likes of major procurement processes or other strategic thinking that we need to be involved in. Does that answer that part of the question, Councillor?
Yes, it's but I'm just trying to absorb what you've said. Thank you for that. I'm just wondering with advocacy, like my real concern is not council as such, because I know it's coming up on a lot of our papers, what's this zero carbon, you know, and being questioned, which is good. But like, for example, supermarkets and large industries, are we actively talking to them and saying, hey, you know, are you doing audits for how you could reduce your things that are creating emissions and your carbon, you know, like, is there anything like that happening at a council level?
So Enterprise Dunedin has started that work with the tourism sector. I'm not aware that they're engaging more broadly than the tourism sector at the moment. The pūtea that was available to commence that work was focused around the tourism sector as a post-COVID response, I think. So in response to like the likes of supermarkets and those sorts of agencies, no, not yet. The council is not engaging with them directly. Major agencies, the likes of the university and others, there are engagement. Staff are engaging as we always do with them and increasingly around emissions reduction. So the likes of the transport team have got travel planning work, joint travel planning work happening with the university, I think the Polytech, the SCHB, and others. The work that we're doing around stationary energy solutions is connected and joined up with the university and others. So yeah, I think the next step is kind of those other entities that we haven't yet engaged with, absolutely correct, and the zero carbon plan, I guess, is where we envisage that those engagements will happen.
The program you talked about, I think it's a pilot for tourism and looking at going with them on their journey through how to reduce their emissions, I think is a brilliant idea. However, we had that come up at another meeting and I asked the question, how many are involved? And I think the numbers are really small from memory. There's maybe 3 or 5 or something. I don't know. There weren't many. There was a really small number of businesses. And I thought, you know, so, and while each business that's doing it will make a difference, so to me, it seems that is it fair to say that if we don't get people like supermarkets and large industry businesses and things like that on board, it's not going to make a difference citywide? Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say that reaching an aspirational target will take everybody. So
yeah. And so were you disappointed at all with the 10-year plan coming and going? And you know,
Councillor, I don't think it's fair
to ask.
any
All
needing
right,
to
no, I'll
ask
leave
staff
it
their
at that.
opinion on the decisions of council and the budget.
Thank you.
Are there further questions? There appear to be none. Would someone like to move the recommendations, or otherwise Councillor Walker so moves? Is there a seconder? Councillor Staines, thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'll be very brief. And thanks to Ms. McTavish. Actually, hearing her answers and her in-depth knowledge around the zero carbon work, I'm for one delighted to have her back on board. She's a true asset to the council. Yeah, I mean the recommendations of the paper are to me self-explanatory, clear and logical. In terms of developing our emissions reduction plan, it's not only going to be complex as the paper states, but vitally important to us in terms of mitigation measures into the future. We also need to provide some clarity to staff to work on creating that plan. So it obviously seems prudent to support these interim measures that can be revisited and refined as it mentions again in the paper as that strategic refresh work progresses. So it seems logical to approve the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. I remember 3 years ago when we passed that resolution for this plan, and I'm conscious of the fact that it's been 3 years, and we've done some work in the meantime, and we've identified places we could start working on. And I'm worried about hearing words like aspirational coming into play, because if we are going to seriously target carbon neutral Dunedin 2030, we cannot confine ourselves to ourselves. And I feel we're hearing similar language in terms of how we plan to execute this. This is a bit like the Waste Environmental Solutions language, which keeps referring to the Nash and Ross site as something that we have no control over. If we're not going to pursue this, then we need to agree we're not going to pursue it. But if we are going to pursue it, then we need to set deadlines of how far into it we will be by a certain date. Because I'm worried that we are just planning. And that's my main concern. I'm looking for execution. I hear Ms. McTavish say that there are things coming to the table soon. I'm looking for them, and I will be asking for them on a more regular basis, because if we don't start acting soon, we're just going to be planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? I certainly share that. Oh, sorry, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I hadn't planned to speak, but I do feel I need to say that I consider this another milestone report, and yes, we're in a hurry to get this work done and to get that emissions reduction plan for Dunedin City underway. But this strategic approach and the care and thoroughness that has been taken to align it with all of the appropriate guiding principles is important. And it's good to hear the comments around people's commitment to getting on with the work when we're ready to do that, and that work is already happening alongside this. So I think the authors for the report, I'm welcome back Ms. McTavish, and I thank the team around her. Look forward to the next milestone and fully support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I just am a bit concerned by, and I back up what Councillor O'Malley was saying around the timing. You know, I think they said 2018 or 19 that we talked about planning. That was prior to, oh no, 2018 wasn't. Anyway, I think it certainly started prior to me even being on council. And the whole time I've been here, which is over 2 years, there's been quite a bit of talk, but I would argue there hasn't been a lot of action. And for us not to have a plan yet when this was decided in the last trimester is quite frankly unbelievable, and a glacial pace. And I don't mean to be rude by saying that, but you know, for anything to have a direction and to know where you're going, and I've said this numerous times, and so have some other councillors as well, you know, is that you need to know targets, you need deadlines, you need dates. How can you work out whether you've met your KPIs if you don't even know what you're meeting? This is the point. I mean, we're not going to achieve anything if we don't know what we're doing or how we're doing it. So a plan, I would have thought, is absolutely essential. And for this council to have made such an ambitious stance, one might question, was it just grandstanding or are we serious about it? Because quite frankly, at this pace, I think it will be 2050 and we'll still be talking about it.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support what Councillor O'Malley talked about is getting the plan, and I think the expectation of the community is for a plan. Council's been working on carbon zero since 2009, 2010, and I looked back at some of the reports then when there was a great big impetus and then suddenly kind of nothing for quite a while. And then in the 2016 environment strategy, one of the key pillars was doing some work on climate change adaptation. So we haven't had a report on the environment strategy, so still waiting on that one. It's great to see some of the work that we've seen coming through, like the rapid review, the actions for the DCC, and it was really great to get Ms. McTavish's update. And it's, I guess, disappointing that we're kind of aware of the work that's going on. It's kind of unaware of the work that's been going on in council before that, because that would be good to tell our community. Our website on that the work that we're doing for climate change hasn't been updated since 2020, so we've got some, again, issues with communication about what we're actually doing. We set the big hairy goal. We have heard from our community that they want support for us to work towards it, so we really do need that plan, and we need for our community to understand what we're doing towards that. It's great to see that there's work being done inside council, and there's finally we've got the team together, the group together that we've been asking about for a year or so, but really want to see talking to our community about what we're doing and those action items, because I think that's what people want to see. Thank you.
Councillor Venavis.
I'm very concerned that guiding principles are something which, once inserted, tend not to go away and tend to be drawn on at a later date to change, essentially, things that were not intended in the first place. The guiding principle that particularly worries me today is on page 180, and it's called the Donut Economic Principles of Practice. So these are principles to do with economics, to do with money and how we deal with money. And if you look at the website Donut Economics Principles, you will find that principle number 1 says, amongst other things, ensure that finance serves work rather than drives it. Now, this seems like a fairly innocuous phrase, and until you think about it, the idea of finance, that is to say other people's money, serving work rather than driving it, is actually a very communist principle and flies in the face of the capitalist system that we currently have. So the donut economics action is essentially a very mealy-mouthed and softly spoken way of suggesting that we revolutionize our entire economic system. They don't actually use the word revolution, they use transformation and transformational. And they also go on to say things like that we should redistribute created value. Created value is a term which I think they should define, but they don't. Basically, created value is anything that anyone makes or builds, I suppose. And the idea that it's up to us as a council to redistribute this is, again, a fundamentally communist idea. And I know that there are some communists amongst the councillors, and Councillor Fiso has kindly been quite upfront about being a communist. But to have these essentially communist ideas introduced into the very fabric of our guiding principles of finance, I believe is a very dangerous and retrograde step. I don't think that we should seek to redistribute created value, or that we should redistribute power in the way that has been suggested. I don't think that we should ensure that finance serves work rather than drives it. I think that finance should drive work, that we should work for money rather than for the commune or for the state, because in that way you get by far the best outcome for the largest number of people. Now, I know that our mayor doesn't believe that a democratic system sufficiently looks after minority groups. But if you look at the alternative, which is essentially history's communist systems, you will see that the communist idea that finance serves work and that created value, that is to say, what people have built up, needs to be redistributed. If we look at the history of that, it's not very flash. In fact, the biggest mass murderers of all time, Mao Zedong, far and away the biggest, followed by Stalin, next biggest, beating Hitler. They were all essentially leaders of these communist regimes that tried to enforce these, quite frankly, unworkable types of guiding principles. For us to tick off this particular interim plan, and I'm glad it's only an interim one, but for us to tick it off.
Sorry, I have to call a point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Houlihan.
Well, I've listened and listened and listened, but I thought, oh, I'd better not let that go past. It seems, if I've heard it correctly, a 25.2,
Sure.
and I'd like to say that I think it's disrespectful of the councillor to use the terms of communist, Hitler, and councillors of our council in the same breath. I think it's very disrespectful to refer any of us to Hitler.
I think there's certainly some historical revisionism going on here, but I think it's probably a stretch to suggest that that was a direct comparison being made, Councillor. I'm not going to uphold the point of order.
Thank you. I was referring specifically to the inclusion of donut economics principles of practice. And if you read those principles of practice, and there are 5 big ones, you will see that our existing financial structure and our existing financial drives and principles are basically being asked to be overturned by this donut economic principles of practice. No doubt most councillors haven't had the opportunity with this thick agenda to actually go through and see what it is we're actually voting for when we want to include the donut economic principles of practice into our guiding principles. But I cannot, and I don't believe any of us should either. These guiding principles are certainly transformative, but it's not our business as councillors to be transformative of our economic system. It's our business to protect our ratepayers and give them the best value that they can through the current economic system. For us to start coming up...
That is your time. That's your time, Councillor.
Thank you for indulging me that long.
Councillor Lofisor.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Thanks to the mover, and I just want to record my thanks to the team that's been working on this for a long time, and I appreciate colleagues' frustration that we actually haven't seen anything concrete, but I do think of this in the same way that Councillor Gary does. It is milestone, and in regards to the coastal plan, it's the same thing, and staff have consistently delivered what we have asked them to. And for me, it's a very exciting time because, as we know, politics at a local government level is so much business is reactionary, and we're always hearing about the work that's been done. But this is actually forward thinking. And I stand by my previous comments about communism. My point was actually Professor Ranginui Walker in the 70s talked about being Polynesian is being communist. That is the resources, not just the money, the resources belong to the people. And that's what I'm talking about. Right now in this capitalist system, the resources do not belong to the people. And the wealth is not generated just by business people. It belongs to everyone. And so, I said communism, and we've received emails addressing us all as communism, and I apologize to colleagues for that. But I just want to say, this is, as far as I can see, Councillor Vandervis, you weren't at the workshop about donut economics, but it talks about the limitations, and the way that this capitalist system is working is that we are exceeding the limitations of the planet. And donut economic principles help us transform our society so that the decisions and the actions that we make for 7 generations are actually within the limitations of the planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? I'll speak to this briefly. My high school history teacher, thankfully, is no longer alive to witness that summary of 20th century totalitarianism. But look, the suggestion has been made by Councillor Vandervis that the guiding principles that we are adopting here would amount to a challenge.
Point of order, Your Worship.
Point of order, Councillor Vandervis.
I never claimed to make a 20th century history of totalitarianism. I simply pointed out the two largest examples of communism
I'm happy to withdraw,
working
Councillor.
in the recent world. So please retract that statement.
But the suggestion is made that this amounts to a challenge to the capitalist system as we know it, and one would certainly hope so, given what the capitalist system as we know it has delivered for us, both from a social and an environmental well-being. And if you want to think about examples of that counterfactual, I don't know if a system that produces the Jeff Bezoses and Elon Musks and Mark Zuckerbergs of the world is necessarily something that we should be championing or seeking to emulate, which is a direct product of the current system as we know it. I just want to speak briefly though to the points that have been made around the progress or lack thereof. And it's certainly true that we don't have a plan in the sense of a single document that is called that, an emissions reduction plan for the city, but it certainly is. It certainly has featured significantly in my decision making, thinking specifically around the work and the debates that we had through the 10-year plan, because to Councillor O'Malley's point, we know where the big challenges are from a zero carbon point of view. They're largely in transport, or roughly half's in transport, and the other area that we have direct influence over is the waste system, which is significantly lower than transport, and that was absolutely why I supported the decisions that were taken through the 10-year plan to invest in the Shaping Future Dunedin Transport program, because they represented the best opportunities we had from the projects that were on the table to drive behaviour change and contribute to our stated ambitions of transitioning to a zero carbon economy. And that that can happen, and we could have not done that and waited for the plan to be finished and then get around to thinking about how we might contribute. But where the focus is obvious, then I think we have been doing that work. And it's disappointing to hear Councillor Houlihan raised concerns about the lack of urgency when we were presented with many of those options through the 10-year plan. They were argued against and voted against. So if people are genuinely interested in accelerating the work that we are doing to transition to a zero carbon economy, I would urge them to remember that speech or those speeches whenever we come to make decisions about how our transport network functions or how our waste system functions, because those are the things that we have the most direct influence over as a territorial authority, and absolutely need to be doing the collaboration and cooperation work at a citywide level. And the Zero Carbon Alliance is the first part of that, and there are other projects going on, pilot or otherwise, that can contribute to that work. But we need to focus where the number is biggest if we're to have any chance of getting to where we need to go. And I'm fully supportive of these principles. The landscape will undoubtedly change as various planning documents or government policy decisions are taken, thinking particularly of the emissions reduction plan and what that might mean for government investment or government decision making. But we can't wait for that. We need to push on with this work and do it in a way that allows us to be responsive and agile to those other macro level influences that while we can advocate for particular outcomes, are outside of the scope of our direct decision-making influence. Councillor Walker, your right of reply.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And note to self, never assume a right of reply will be straightforward and easy. But here we go. First off, just Councillor Houlihan, just a reminder that we work in trienniums, not trimesters. But that's not really pertinent to this discussion. And Councillor Barker, Councillor Malley, I take on board totally those points around a plan to provide community understanding, and of course deadlines needing to be set. But I think most of that was covered off by the Mayor in his cogent response to what has been said today. As to Councillor Vandervers and his communist accusations and lists of famous dictators for something which is actually simply a visual framework for sustainable development, setting planetary boundaries. And I think most importantly, to his point, let's not remember it was a vote of council that decided to embed donut economics within our zero carbon work. Let's not forget that. Councillor Gary, I agree, it's a milestone report which will be embedded into a strategic refresh. And finally, Councillor Lefiso, thank you for your continued sensibility around this table. Not bad for a communist, not to mention a wonderful Polynesian. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against?
Recorded, please.
That's noted. That's agreed. Thank you. Item 12, proceeds from the sale of assets. Ms. Graham and Mr. Logie.
Happy to move.
186 of your report. Thank you, Councillor. We'll allow space for questions with people to have any. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Just a question for Mr. Logie, I guess. I just wanted to check that the purchase of the High Street housing unit was entirely debt funded, and there wasn't any endowment money involved.
I can answer that. It was entirely debt funded, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Richard. I just wonder, obviously, if we were borrowing $675,000, there would be some interest payment on that, I'm guessing. So the $50,000 of the sales proceeds, would that be more operational there, or some of that might be operational? So I guess my question is, did we pay interest on this? How much, and was it absorbed into operational budgets?
But yes, the interest would have just absorbed into operational budgets.
So we don't see a need to I guess, pay it back into the operational budgets?
No.
And
unless council were of the mind to do that.
Yeah. And how long ago was settlement, Mr. Logie?
So settlement was last week. And in terms of the original purchase, I think the final payment was made. We made a deposit. I think May last year would be sort of around that time.
So there would be a minimal interest expense on that. Okay, that's good to understand.
Councillor Lord.
Thank you, Worship. Sandy, can I just ask the question, what was the net difference that or did we make a profit on the co-housing, or
Yep,
is that
that's
just
the 50,000.
Yep, thank you. And the other question, just in terms of returning the Dowling Street car park site into the Waipori Fund, can I assume that that is because that was an income generating asset before and you want to keep it in the same stable?
Correct.
So it wouldn't be appropriate, say, to put into like our community housing, but it might be acceptable to put it into some other property?
Yeah, potentially. And Mr. Logan and I talked about that. And as councillors know, we're working on the investment plan. And until we have that, we think Waipori is a prudent place to put something while we work on an investment plan, because that will include investment property, for example, at which point it may be that you choose to apply this money differently.
Okay, yeah, I had just wondered if my own thoughts were maybe it should go back into a property of some something that was income generating as well, but my concern, well, I suppose I can't be a predictor of what the share market's going to do, but I just know we are in times at the moment when people are talking about a correction. I'd hate to put $3 million in and find when we take it out there's only $1 million or $2 million, because we've had a disaster, or not a disaster, but because the markets have turned. And I was just wondering if that would have been a wiser option to seek a home back in property directly. But
I guess Waipori has proven to be a long-term investment if you look at the information that you've had over the years. And I think were that to happen, then we would simply leave it there until it regained the value, because that will happen over time.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, apologies. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. I think you've answered my question when you answered Councillor Lord, but we're looking basically to change those components of the financial strategy so we can revisit what we do with this in the future.
We would look to, as we've said, we put both parts of the previous financial strategy and the current strategy, and the wording isn't as clear as it could be. So we will look to review that to make it far clearer.
And then when we put money in the Waipori Fund, in the updated financial strategy, would one option be that if we saw another property opportunity investment, we would pull it back out of the Waipori Fund to invest? Or is this a unidirectional movement of money?
But as I understand it, Mr. Lowe will correct me, the SIPO allows us to put money in and out.
Correct. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I think I may have had my questions answered, but I'll ask them anyway. In terms of when I was reading through this, there's obviously some concern about some of the vagueness of the terms in the financial strategy. Presumably that's our job when we review that to correct that. Is that right?
Yep. Yes. And we thought we had changed our wording, and as staff, we thought we had made it clear enough, but in coming to apply it, we realised that there was still ambiguity. And so that does need to be tidied up.
Yeah, fair enough. And my second question relates to what Councillor Barker, I think, was trying to tease out. And of course, I myself and her weren't on council when on High Street was bought for 675k. Was it the intention during the time of purchase only to borrow and return that 675? Not as the case is. I mean, if taking 3%, for example, you're probably paying 20k a year on that 675. So actually, it'd be about 82,000 now extra. So was the intention only to pay the lump sum, not the accrued interest?
At the time, there was, and I think what was the purchase date, Gavin? Was it May last year?
Well, bearing in mind the settlement was quite delayed.
Yeah.
So we paid a deposit really early on, and then actually settlement only occurred last financial year.
And we were in the process of changing the financial strategy at that point.
At the time, yeah.
And so there was no consideration given to the proceeds from the sale, because I think the sale settled and the financial strategy was adopted at the same meeting.
Right. So the 675k hasn't been paid out since 2018.
No.
Correct.
Great. Okay. It allays my problems or fears. Thank you.
I don't know what the filter is you have, Mr. Logie, that makes you look like a TV whistleblower, but here we
Yeah,
are.
sorry.
Councillor Hall.
Have you looked at reinvesting that $3 million back into property? Because number one, you'll end up with capital gain. Number two, the rental will allow for CPI annually, plus rent reviews, which 5 years down the track, we'll be looking at a gain. We're sitting in the Waipori Fund. We're only going to be made a set interest rate.
At the minute, we're recommending putting it into an income generating asset in Waipori because we don't have a suitable investment property that we think we should buy at the minute, but also we don't have an investment plan for how council wants to manage in the medium to long term its investment assets. And so in the absence of that, we think it's prudent to put it into Waipori, which has shown good returns year on year, while we develop that plan.
Bearing in mind those returns are both cash and income generating over the long term, or wealth generating.
Have we looked at the scenario that Councillor Lord brought up, investing it into our property portfolio for housing as a one-off, and that'll generate also our asset base and give us a income.
But I'll let Gavin answer because I think that is covered in there. So
yeah, but also bearing in mind the social housing portfolio is a different type of asset. So when it's set in parking operations, it was an income generating asset, as the chief has alluded to. To stick it into something else would repurpose that money. So the idea of putting into the Waipori Fund is that we effectively replace what we've lost in terms of the income from the car park as an income generating asset. And as I said, it's going to be both cash and capital gain.
And as the chief was saying before, we have got the ability to put it in and take it back out without any problem.
Correct. At the end of the day, we could if we wanted to elect to take the whole Waipori Fund out. It is a council fund. Not that I'm promoting that.
Yeah, please don't encourage it.
Yeah, I wouldn't promote it either, but I'm just a bit concerned about putting money that could be used elsewhere into it. That was all.
Councillor Wiley. No, it's been covered. Perfect, thank you. It's been, are there no further questions? Was moved by Councillor Vandervis from memory. He'll correct me if I'm wrong. He's nodding sagely at something. Seconded by Councillor Walker. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? I think that was a no, thank you, but my lip reading isn't quite what it once was. All right, good. Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, this is a good outcome. I just want to basically flag that I do want to keep a focus on how we will maybe in the future deal with something like high street co-housing, because it was actually, we came in there as a keystone investor to help that project move forward. And now we've recouped our money back, and therefore effectively at no cost to us, we allowed or enabled a housing outcome for the city. And I think that when we're looking at the future strategic direction of how we use in our financial strategy, we need to take into account the possibility that we can play a role there. So I'm looking to see that reflected in the strategic update. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the mover as well. I mean, just want to say, as I mentioned in my question, some of the, excuse my voice, it's cracking, by the way, some of the financial strategy, the terms in there are lacking, and I think it does make it quite awkward when we come to these discussions being directed in what we really should be doing. I think the terms like the Invest in Dunedin and priority projects really are open to interpretation, depending on where you want to take that interpretation. But I think it's really clear to everybody that, recognizing that the Waipori Fund is investing in Dunedin now and for generations to come. We all know since it was established in 1999. I think the fund has continued and continues to grow in value, and its distributions to council, which I think is very important to remember, that they remain extremely impressive. It is and should be an asset held by council, a well diversified, as it should be a well diversified fund with long-term investment as one of its core principles. And I think in terms of what Councillor Holt said, I think if you look historically throughout the world, every financial graph will show you that over a long term, investment in shares accrues far greater gains than property, surprisingly, and certainly a lot more than just fixed interest. So well worth recognizing that a well-run, diversified portfolio like Waipori Fund is worth its weight in gold. And under the management of the Dunedin City Treasury Limited, and of course, as dictated by our statement of investment policy objectives, I fully expect a sound fund performance will continue over the longer term. And in a low-cost borrowing environment, I think 2.85% is what's predicted in our 10-year plan. It seems fiscally prudent to me that we reinvest the proceeds of the Dowling Street car park as an income-generating asset to replace what was an income-generating asset. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, what we need to remember is that the car park, of course, is gone in Dowling Street now with this new build, and so the $3 million is meaning that about 140 car parks were lost when that site was sold, and that left the city that's what, about 20% of out of our residential survey. Every single time we have it, people complain about parking and the lack of it. And so I think that 3 million should be spent trying to find better options for car parking in the city, because we need to replace what we've lost there, the 140 odd parks. And before the mayor tells me that I'm not doing my bit to help the climate, some people have to drive. And it's foolish to just ignore that and say, let's just, be anti-car and ban everything to do with cars. That's not progressive. And everybody, some councillors...
Worship.
Point of order, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, 25(2)C, irrelevant. The matter being discussed by the councillor is not the matter currently in front of the meeting. We're talking about investing in the Waipori Fund, not car parking.
I'm not going to uphold it. I think it's germane to the argument, and that it is the asset that has been realised that we are now debating. But I would encourage the councillor to stick a little closer to both the agenda paper and council's actual policies and decisions, rather than indulging in hyperbole around our transport planning priorities.
Well, I was just trying to defend my status that the mayor might likely tell me that I'm being a climate denier or something, but is that we can have cars and have really good climate things, that are working for our city. So it doesn't mean you can't have both. That was my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship, and I support the motion. I just wanted to note, as Councillor O'Malley did, around the High Street housing unit. I recall a debate, and I think if my memory serves me correctly, it wasn't necessarily a universally held view that we should purchase it. I believe we did the right thing, and the outcome of this in terms of selling it, and in fact some profit made, affirms that decision to be an anchor tenant to ensure that that project went ahead. So I just wanted to note that and just support the investment plan. Thank you. Or the investment options in the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Barker. You're on mute.
I want to support the motion and just nod to Councillor Vandervis. I recall when I was a staff member many years ago, Councillor Vandervis talking about council plundering, I guess, the Waipori Fund, and it's great to see it back up to perhaps where it should be and returning such great investments to the city. So this seems an eminently sensible place to put the funding. I certainly take on board what Councillor Houlihan said about the parking and investing in priority projects. And we do have a number of priority projects that we have decided to invest in. I also want to, I guess, congratulate council, the previous to me, who made that decision to invest in the co-housing. That has turned out to be a really great decision. There's a whole lot more housing on High Street now that looks great. It's environmentally friendly, etc. And it's great to see that we made a small profit on it to pay back the interest, which is obviously only a year. And to contribute back to our funding. So this is a great paper to see, and good to see that we are investing in our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Raddick.
It's further to, I agree with most of the things that have been said to date. And further to that, it's, money, council money, government money, even our own money often is kept in various buckets for various purposes. And so this money, the bulk of the money we're talking about here came out of parking, and currently it's going to be parked. That is the motion, to park it within the Waipori Fund. And I would dearly love to see it put back into parking in a physical sense for the use of the residents, perhaps at some stage in the future. So I just wanted to add that point to the mix. I think where it's going is wise, and I think it's wise use of that money, or not that money, the High Street money similarly. And but I think it's a wise use of the Dowling Street money to put it in the Waipori Fund, which is performing well. Thank you.
Further speakers before I come to Councillor Vanders for his right of reply? I just want to add my thanks to the staff. People have been keen to congratulate ourselves for the decisions that we've taken around the investment in the High Street project, but I would like to acknowledge at this point that this marks the end of what has been a lengthy involvement that has occupied a lot of staff time and energy in supporting that development and seeing our part in that through to its conclusion, which really is what we're seeing in this report before us today. And I think Councillor O'Malley's right in that when we are looking at what an investment plan is for the city, it could and should address how we might approach, or a decision framework for deciding whether or not we want it to be a catalyst funder, if you like, in strategic projects in the city that we support for the purposes of getting them off the ground, rather than for any ongoing ownership or profit generating capacity. And it is entirely a legitimate thing for us to be doing. And the only other point I want to make is around, I think this demonstrates a growing maturity of our financial strategy and the way that we approach these things. It has been reasonably simplistic and reductive in the past, but getting to a greater degree of nuance around how we treat different assets when they are realised, I think is a far more sensible way to approach this. And I look forward to seeing the latest, or the subsequent iteration of that through the next draft financial strategy. Councillor Vanders.
I agree entirely, Your Worship, and also agree with Councillor O'Malley's idea that we could and should look at being a catalyst funder in certain situations. I think that the significant amount of grants that we already supply should also perhaps be a bit more focused on being catalysts rather than just being subsidies for certain positive community outfits. So agree with all of those previous ideas. In terms of the success of the Waipori funds, which has been quite significantly more successful than a lot of other funds over a period of time now. I understand that there are a number of people that are involved in it, but I also understand, it's my belief at least, and I hope I'm not wrong on that there's a certain Mr. Davey who has been central to a lot of the very sterling work and the insights regarding where and how to distribute the Waipori Fund so that it does give us these better than average fund returns. So hats off to Mr. Davies' particular performance in that regard. And it's very nice to be able to have the opportunity to actually distribute a little bit more to a fund that has worked so well for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll remind colleagues that the right of reply exists to respond to issues that have been raised in debate, and nobody mentioned the grants subcommittee or grants funding, and it's disappointing to not be able to respond to those comments. But I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Point of order, Your Worship.
Point of order, Councillor Manners.
Misrepresentation. I was talking of catalyst funding, which had been mentioned by both yourself and Councillor O'Malley. And simply on the subject of catalyst funding, which you had brought up, I simply suggested that our grants could be pushed in that direction with a bit more of a focus.
That's fair, Councillor. I'll withdraw that. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That is agreed. Item 13, the DCC submission on improving the protection of drinking water sources. Mr. Drew. Welcome.
I was hoping Scott would join us, but I'm sure I can answer most of your questions.
Fine. Mr. Campbell may or may not be arriving imminently, but do you have anything to offer by way of introduction?
I'll just acknowledge that the proposed amendments to the National Environmental Standards for Drinking Water are just another important building block in the Three Waters Regulatory Reform Program, providing a really important link between the new Water Services Act and the Resource Management Act. And their aim is to provide a more consistent approach to how we manage risks, providing safe drinking water to our communities.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley has a question.
Yeah, hopefully it won't take too long. I'm actually just looking at our abstraction points and our ability to protect them and how these changes of standards are going to have an effect. And I'm struck by the Waikawaiti River intake or abstraction point, and it's flowing through rural areas and obviously down. The very headwater is a large gold mine. Can you comment on, I believe they're widening the boundary to the edge of the river to up to 5 meters, is that correct?
Yeah, correct. And so one of our comments is about a risk-based approach to that. So we're generally supportive of that as a minimum and consider other things on a risk-based.
Yeah, because I mean, they're talking things like nitrate is, I think it's 190 kilos a hectare per year is the recommended or allowed amount. With a low flowing river like the Waikawaiti, do you see any differences between them and a higher flowing river that other councils might be drawing from? And that tension between activities on its bank?
Yeah, correct. That there will be different risk profiles for different flowing rivers, and I guess the tenor of our submission or council submission is supportive of everything in principle as a minimum, and there might be activities that need to be addressed on a risk case by case basis.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, tēnā korua, Mr. Drew, Mr. Campbell. Following up on Councillor O'Malley's question about the extension of the 5 meters into land from edges of rivers and lakes, was there consideration to sort of doubling or tripling that? Or, I mean, when it talks about hazards, local hazards, what's an example of hazards affecting drinking water sources in our region, please?
Well, there's a number of examples I could talk to. Stop grazing, and the fecal contamination that could come with stop grazing. What's another one? if we were to have a fire in the catchment and you've got a whole lot of ash and stuff that will come through after the fact. So there are a number of risks that we can see in a pesticide and fertilizer application in kind of catchments that have agriculture and horticulture. So there are a number of risks that can be introduced into a drinking water source catchment. And sometimes these revised and improved standards will be appropriate and a step forward. We're just advocating for other times there may be a need to look at things on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you. So in your opinion, the submission is strong. Is it as strong as the calls that we're making for minimums? Is it as strong as we need it to be, in your opinion?
I believe it is, Councillor. It's your submission, so I'm happy to take feedback and guidance.
Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Just following up from Councillor O'Malley's question, and thinking back to the fire at Deep Stream, what that was December 2020. When we look at an area like that, currently that area is just left and where previously it had been grazed. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So essentially, when I think back to the issues around that fire and going back to a grazing management, obviously with a buffer to the waterway, would that sort of protect some of the waterway in the sense, especially around a fire hazard or things like that?
Potentially, it's quite a complex issue. So you're effectively trading one risk with another. And it's difficult to say is one worse than the other, but in that example, you're trading off a fire risk with fecal contamination risk.
Yeah, so but even if, okay, yeah, I can understand that, but and even saying we could even take what's in the paper at 5 meters and actually, but like what Councillor Lafiso just talked about, create a 20-meter buffer, for example, around that particular area. But the other part that I'm looking at, and it sort of raised a concern for me after watching the Sunday program about carbon farming and the forestry plantations. Yet there's nothing that I saw that really sort of limits, those sorts of things also taking place.
Yeah, that's. Can you talk to any of that, Scott? I haven't seen any forestry stuff in there either.
The discussion paper put forward by the Ministry for the Environment didn't discuss forestry matters. Could potentially be something to add a query to the submission if Council was of a mind to.
Sorry, you broke up. Do you mind repeating that?
My apologies. Yes, sure. I don't recall from the consultation document published by the Ministry for the Environment any specific commentary on forestry and risks associated with it. But if the Council was of a mind to add a query in relation to that to the Council's submission, that could be something we could consider.
Are you concerned about any particular risk, Councillor? Is it more the harvesting of the forestry?
Actually, again, it goes back to, how close you can plant. Again, if somewhere along the line in our water catchment area, a piece of land was sold near to that catchment area, that became a carbon farm. And just looking at, again, whether it's fire hazard and also, when you look at pine trees, they sort of kill everything beyond them, and on that basis. So, yeah, just when I saw that show on Sunday night and having read the paper, I'm like going, I actually wonder how this relates. So I'll be more than open to say that I'm fishing here, but just sort of tied the two together.
No, correct. If it doesn't require resource consent, then I guess this process wouldn't allow the water supplier to influence the outcome of a forestry block being planted.
Okay, I've raised it. That's the key, and so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reddick.
Curious about the 5 metres of fencing back from waterways and water reservoirs. How would that pertain to us? So in terms of the deep stream catchment, but also the Waikouaiti River and other sources that we use, how much of our existing water sources are fenced to 5 metres now? Any?
I wouldn't know off the top of my head that some of the catchments are fenced, but I'm not aware of any of the streams being fenced.
Right, it's an item of curiosity, but so this submission will entail quite a considerable expense for us.
No, it doesn't mean that will be fencing these areas. It's restricting some activities within these areas.
Right, I mean, included in that will be fencing stock back from animals back from some of our sources of water and waterways.
Yeah, but that could be done in a number of different ways. It doesn't mean we have to fence 5 metres either side of all of our streams.
Right. When you say it could be done a number of different ways, what did you have in mind?
Well, fencing blocks so that stock can't get into a certain area
at all.
But this won't preclude agriculture in the catchments.
Right, thank you.
Councillor, it's a bit difficult to hear you at times. I'm not sure if you can move closer to your router or not. We're getting reception, just cutting in and out a little bit. Just so you're aware that we're having that issue at our end.
Sorry, can I just check on that? The sound check here. I've moved a bit closer to my computer. Is that clearer or not?
It's fine for now, but it's intermittent, which, as we've traversed earlier in the meeting, can make it difficult to ascertain what the exact problem is. But I just wanted you to know that that was going on. Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship. It's interesting. I know that when you look at any of these submissions from any one place, sometimes the history of past events there, and I can still see the ghost of the Lammerlaw fires in this submission. The commentary we've got at the moment is considering the prohibition of fire retardants in those areas unless there's a life or property risk. I'm wondering if we would modify that to actually get a series of fire retardants listed as being compatible with water catchment areas, because I think you'll find there's some are, and I remember at the time of the Lammerlaw fires going to the National Poison Centre and asking for advice on the retardants that were used in those fires, and they said that they did not think that they were a threat to human health. So I just wonder if we just modify that a little bit.
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor. There are a number of fire retardants that are very low risk to drinking water supplies. So it's something we can consider.
It would be quite good if the government came up with a list of approved and then send that to FENS, and then we'd be away. And I just want to quickly capture Councillor Wiley's statement or question around forestry. I think that might be quite relevant because I know that when we were looking at Lammerlaw, they were getting advice out of Sydney, which are all blue gum forests around their reservoirs. And that's where your reservoir could be contaminated up for 1 year was coming from, because they were full of turpentine. So you got to just, it might be worth putting in a little bit about considering what's in a water reserve area.
This is all helpful. I'm nervous about people just kind of lobbing suggestions and that stuff. It would be helpful if people wanted to write down things that they wanted included in the submission and send them through. And we're due a break shortly anyhow, so I'm happy to do that.
I'm also going to probably capture in my speech, and that is about how we structure getting these things done at the end. Yeah.
That's fine.
And
I
your
will move
worship,
that we extend the length of the meeting beyond 6 hours, though. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Sorry, I think I talked over the top of the Chief Executive. My apologies.
my apologies, Your Worship. I think I was talking over top of you. The 2 points that have been raised to date around forestry and lists of fire retardants, I think those are things that staff have understand what council wanted, and we could cobble the words together for that reasonably simply, because there seems to be a clear view on those, and they're good points, and that would be covered off by the recommendation C, I think, because they're mentioned. It's just, well, fire retardants mentioned, we could just ask that they list ones that are suitable for water catchment, and the same with forestry. I think that we can look to just write a line.
That's fine. People are comfortable with that, and there doesn't appear to be any allergic reaction. There doesn't also appear to be any further questions. So would someone like to, with those suggestions being incorporated, Councillor O'Malley, thank you. We'll move seconded, Councillor Elder, thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to say that this is a good submission, and I want to thank Mr. Campbell for his work on it. I did get to see it about 3 days ago, and actually just the day before we came out on, so 4 or 5 days ago. And it raised a simple question about, these are really straightforward submissions, and I don't think the whole council needs to have the whole day sitting around looking at it, but I wonder if, and I'm setting this is a message, obviously I'm not asking for an answer to a question, towards the CEO, is in the future with these small, relatively straightforward submissions, I wonder if we have set up a practice where you would say that the draft is basically done, it's ready to be looked at, and if you are interested, Mr. Campbell or the appropriate staff member will be sitting at a Zoom screen at 3 p.m. on a Wednesday, and those are interested can turn up, just to knock this stuff out quite quickly, and then it comes as the final form, and it's had the interested councillors have a commentary on it. Other than that, though, I just want to thank you, Mr. Campbell, for the work you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vandervis.
I didn't mind this submission too much until I read the line that the DCC suggests that MFE continues to progress the proposed nationally consistent approach. To me, this is very, very close to the Mahuta Three Waters asset grab, and it's too close, in fact, for me to be able to vote for it. If we are going to suggest to the Ministry of the Environment that we are going to continue to progress the proposed nationally consistent approach, to me, that basically says we're happy with a takeover of the Three Waters, and I don't believe most Dunedin people are, and it's in their interests that I say I can't support that being included in this particular submission.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Anything in response, Councillor O'Malley?
Well, yeah, I have to know. I think you need to look at water reform and realise that it has two distinctly different parts to it. One is the regulations, the establishment of Te Mata Arawai, and how we register abstraction points, which are intakes, and then it'll come later how we register treatment plant outflows. That's going to come, and that's regulations, and we're looking for national standards that are applied across the whole of the country. The second component is who is going to administer it, and that second component is around whether you believe in the four entities or whether councils administer it. But the first part, they're two quite separate packages, and I really think we need to make sure that we're keeping the two apart when we're talking about it. And I don't think setting up standards around how you protect or define a catchment area for intakes for drinking water is anything other than what I would expect out of a government.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? Recorded. Yeah, that's noted. Thank you, Councillor. That is agreed. Item for time. My break now. Actually, I'll move that we adjourn the meeting until 3:10. Seconded Councillor Walker. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. Kia ora koutou, welcome back. Item 14 is the Regulatory Subcommittee recommendations on the proposed parking changes December 2021, which Councillor Wiley will speak to in due course in his capacity as chair. We have Mr. Drew and Mr. Spears present to answer any operational questions councillors may have in advance of that. And there appear to be none. Councillor Wiley.
I'm happy to move it, and it's pretty straightforward.
Thank you. I'm searching for a seconder to progress things. Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Wiley, would you like to speak to it?
No, I think this is a very straightforward one. I do want to make comment. I think it was Councillor Barker that had raised the issue around the Regent Theatre, and so that was corrected in this bylaw hearing. So that was probably one of the key issues there. The rest is pretty straightforward. For example, yellow lines to stop people parking over driveways in Castle Street and things like that. So,
thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Worship. My comment is on the same matter around the 5-minute parks outside the Regent, and I note that there are no mobility parks, to my knowledge, in the Octagon. There is one around the corner in Lower Stewart Street, but given that fact, those 5-minute parks are particularly important for people being dropped off, elderly, people with disabilities. The problem being that the 5 minutes is not enforced, and so often cars will be there for long periods of time, and so I would really urge us to bring in some kind of enforcement regime to this, to make sure that those parks are available for the pickup and drop off of people attending the theatre.
Thank you, Councillor Vandervis.
I'm concerned that putting yellow lines in front of driveways in Castle Street or the North End sets a precedent, and we're going to need 1 million gallons of yellow paint to do it all over the city just to be consistent. Surely there should be simple enforcement of cars over driveways, whether they have your dotted yellow lines or not. And why would we have one set of road markings for one part of the city and not for another? Are we accepting that students, for instance, will ignore the rules unless they're very clearly painted in front of them?
Are there further speakers?
Well, that was a question, actually.
Oh, we're in debate, Councillor. Councillor Wiley, you're welcome to address it in your right of reply.
Yeah, actually, I will address it. The key when it comes to Castle Street, and it was a certain blocks that we covered off. It was about only just the 1 or 2 blocks that we covered off. And it is because there is a large amount of commuter parking there as well as resident parking, and it is quite congested. And at times, I think there's a challenge of trying to work out who owns which cars. And you could be quite right. It could be a case of where we do get inundated with requests for more broken yellow lines. And I guess we'll deal with it on a case-by-case basis when they present themselves to the bylaw hearing and come through Mr. Spears and his team. So, but overall, I think, and I also take on board Councillor Gary's comments around the policing of the 5-minute park. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
All right.
Those against? That's agreed.
Please.
Thank you. Item 15, Regulatory Subcommittee recommendations on the keeping of animals, brackets excluding dogs, close brackets, and birds bylaw review. The placement of the bracket pivotal to the meaning of the paper. Any questions of, oh, sorry, my apologies. my agenda says Mr. Drew and Ms. Benson will be speaking to it. That doesn't seem, no, we've got Ms. Austin and
Councillor Wiley's speaking to it, Your Worship.
sorry, answering any operational questions. My apologies.
That's okay.
And that is fine. If people have questions of staff with regard to the recommendations, now is your chance to ask them. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And just so people are aware, I seem to be losing my voice, which probably some of you will be delighted about. My wife is particularly. I have a question around item 22 and 30, or page, 22 on page 305, and I guess it's on page 319 as well, around cats, the very testy or tetchy subject of cats, which always comes up in these reviews. And I know this was around roosters, but in 22, the subcommittee encourages staff to pursue this. Was that an informal request or a formal request in terms of preferring the preferred option being to work with through education, information, etc.? Can the committee answer that question?
Yeah, basically, just give me a minute here to follow that up.
Just don't panic, Councillor. I'll if people have questions of staff in the first instance, that might be the easiest way of handling it, and then I've successfully bought you some time to think of an answer. Sadly, there don't appear to be any.
I'm just trying to recall from the meeting, and my fellow councillors that are on the panel with me may have something else to add, but I think it was the cat ownership didn't really present itself to us and the issues around cat ownership, but there were a couple speakers, if I recall, that did talk to it. And as Councillor Walker touched on, this once we start going into cat territory, it becomes bigger than Ben-Hur, and that we are actually starting to acknowledge what needs to be done, and especially when it comes to wildlife. And I think that the comments there on 22, 23 sort of covers off where we got to.
I think the question, if I might, Councillor, to save your voice, I think the question was, are we being asked to agree to something at this point as part of the recommendations from the subcommittee? No, that isn't the question. My apologies.
Well, it's probably a better, if I can now address staff, if we go to page 319, item 33, you'll recall in 2021, there was, we approved that this worked with local organizations to promote responsible animal ownership through education, information, promotion of good practices. So the question is, has that been progressed? And if so, with whom? There was we passed that motion. So,
if I may, Your Honour, through the chair, just to say that the control of cats is actually controlled by other legislation. So there is some expectation that is a little confused because, in fact, it is controlled by other legislation, so not within the parameters of this work.
Perhaps a question to advance through the Planning and Environment Standing Committee as to the decisions of council and progress against them. And thank you for the promotion, Ms. Alston. I'm not a judge, although others have suggested otherwise historically. Any other questions? No. Councillor Wiley, you are moving the recommendations.
Yes.
You have a seconder in, Councillor Elder. We are all yours.
Thank you. I'll keep it very short. Let's just say this was one of those regulatory subcommittee bylaw hearings that you go into thinking you know something about something, and you get a nice new education on about, in this case, it was about roosters. And I do want to take my hat off, and I'm just want to make sure I get the organisation right, the Dunedin Poultry Club. And we had a great member from that club. Yeah, the Dunedin Poultry, Pigeon and Cage Bird Club, it is. And we had a great representation from some members of the club, including 16-year-old Jaden Washington, who really gave us a good education on looking after roosters and actually about how to mitigate the noise issues with them. So when I look at this item and look at where we're going with it, essentially the husbandry and the care is actually can mitigate a lot of the issues. And I think this is one of those bylaws that unfortunately came out of an issue that became bigger than it should have, but unfortunately ended up in the courts, and we had to update it accordingly. And I think the outcome of this bylaw hearing really covers off a nice mix of making sure that we look after the residents of Dunedin, but actually allow people keeping roosters to look after them appropriately and carefully, and in recognition of the community they live in. So I think there's some really good decisions in this bylaw hearing. So thank you.
Aroha mai, Councillor Elder.
I too learned a lot about roosters from this, and I think all those members who submitted to this did a really good job and showed us their points of view. But I do, again, support what Andrew Wiley said about the Poultry, Pigeon and Cage Bird Club and their willingness also to help people who have got issues with their roosters to resolve those. And I look at the other considerations on page 305, process for managing roosters in residential areas. And I think it's a really good balance. It's not a punitive approach, it's a complaints-based approach. And the Poultry, Pigeon and Cage Bird Club are actually willing to help people resolve issues if they can. And in the last instance, those complaints that are genuine with communities can be heard and addressed. So I think there's a really good balance there for both the community who are concerned about rooster noise, but also for those rooster owners. They can get a permission to own a rooster, and there is also support from the Poultry, Pigeon and Cage Bird Club as to how to manage their little roosters. So I think thanks to all concerned, and I think that process is a really good one.
Thank you, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. We had some great submissions for this, and as councillors have referred to, we learned a lot about roosters, and it sort of arose as a nuisance, I guess, complaint, and that's why we were addressing the bylaw. But we learned a lot about roosters, and I just want to point to paragraph 19 where it talks about the benefits of the rule change, and this is about maintaining the heritage poultry breeds. And I mentioned that we're the heritage capital of New Zealand, so heritage is important to us. Contributing to a sustainable food source, and some people did bring up around eating chickens and roosters, which we all do, and also the economic gains from the poultry shows, which is not insignificant. The Caged Bird Group have a poultry show every year, and that actually brings a huge amount of people in from out of town, and creates a great event for people to go to, and also creates some economic benefits. So it wasn't just about noise and residents versus roosters, it was actually a much bigger thing. So I think we came to a good outcome, and I hope that people will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. It would have been churlish for me to raise a point of order, but I do challenge your contention that we all do eat chickens of either sex. Councillor Wiley, your right of reply. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That is agreed. Thank you. Item 16 is the notice of motion, and Councillor Wiley, we are in your hands.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I've taken it for granted that you have a seconder. Councillor Raddick, thank you.
So as we can see in the papers, that this motion is to join the Communities for Local Democracy with other councils around New Zealand, such as Christchurch City, Queenstown Lakes Council, to collaborate to identify alternative solutions to the PRO's Three Waters restructure. And we've got there the explanatory note: by joining the coalition, Communities for Local Democracy, Council would endorse the formation of Taumata ROI. Further, joining the coalition will endorse meaningful partnership with mana whenua and enable Council to consider the promotion of alternative regional solutions for the delivery of three waters that would be submitted to central government. These alternative solutions would retain local ownership of the assets, which would remain on the DCC balance sheet, and would also retain local accountability for the assets. By signing up and joining Communities for Local Democracy, it is about bringing fresh ideas for better water. The councils that have joined Communities for Local Democracy all want to have better services, local responsiveness and accountability, public ownership, and meaning mana whenua involvement. If we worked with the 27 other councils around the country that are working through these representations at Local Government New Zealand, this is not about fighting or leaving local government, but ensuring that other views and better solutions are canvassed, similar to what we have already done with our neighbouring councils. If we take the work from the Morrison Lowe report and then combine this with the Costello report, an international consulting firm commissioned by Communities for Local Democracy, we will see that there are many constructive areas and pathways for a positive way forward when it comes to a stronger and more community-focused Three Waters program. Here in Dunedin, across Otago, around the southern region, and throughout New Zealand. I want to take you back to some of the motions that we've worked through relating to Three Waters. In August, Council supported a letter to be sent to Minister Mahuta from the Southern Region Zone 6 mayors and chairs. In that letter, we requested the government pause the reform process, more time to engage with communities, and we urged the pause to be advised to the public now. In the council meeting of the 28th of September, we had notes that came out of that. Notes B was note the update on independent analysis of aspects of the reform process. Notes the updates on independent analysis of aspects of the reform proposals commissioned by the Otago Southland Three Waters Office. Notes a decision to provide feedback to the Minister of Local Government by 1 October 2021 that Council does not commit to a particular position on a future model for Three Waters service delivery or to continue participation in the government's reform program. And H was notes the Dunedin City Council committed to consulting with the community on Three Waters reform in a meaningful way once the council has further information from the government on the next steps in the reform program. We also, under J, invited the Minister of Local Government to come and discuss the contents of the submission with council. We then go to council on the 28th of September also, item 14. We basically talked about the report updates the council on Three Waters regulatory and service delivery reform proposals. It also updates the government on independent analysis of the aspects of the reform proposal commissioned by the Otago Southland Three Waters Office. The council's primary feedback, the draft letter to the minister recommended the government resets the Three Waters program. It requests the government partners with councils and iwi Maori to fully explore options to further Three Waters service delivery arrangements and reassess the clearly define the relationship between the Three Waters reform program and other major government reform initiatives, including timeframes, sequencing of changes, dependencies, and resourcing considerations. In October 29th, September, Mayor Hawkins was quoted that he said, one thing the government had missed read the room on a reasonable substantial scale regarding public appetite for the proposed changes based on the feedback he and his colleagues had received. I then want to move to the meeting from the 23rd of November. And there was a motion moved by Mayor Hawkins and Councillor Fiso. And that expressed, the motion was, it expressed a disappointment in the decision to make participation in the Three Waters reform program mandatory. Now that vote was actually won by Councillors Benson Pope, Rachel Elder, Marita Fiso, Mike Lord, Chris Staines, Lee Vandiver, Steve Walker, and Mayor Aaron Hawkins. Now I want to go back to what that motion said, expresses its disappointment in the decision to make participation in the Three Waters reform program mandatory. So as we go through some of these motions that we voted on back on in November, it was to continue to work constructively through any available avenues in an attempt to resolve our council. Continue to work constructively through any available avenues in an attempt to resolve our concerns around system design. That was voted by division, but it was lost. But those who voted in favour of that motion was Councillor Benson Pope, Marina Fuso, Mike Ward, Chris Staines, Steve Walker, and Mayor Aaron Hawkins. So this motion is very much around working constructively through any available avenues in an attempt to resolve our concerns around system design. I have also want to acknowledge and let everybody know, received acknowledgement from Mr. Drew that the 20,000 cost to join Communities for Local Democracy will come from within the Three Waters budget. And I hope you've all taken the time to go and visit and review the Communities for Local Democracy website and seen it as a well-organised professional group with strong talents. I'm sure you've reviewed the PowerPoint presentations, and of special interest is the Castalia report, which I mentioned earlier. The analysis of global infrastructure firm Castalia clearly shows that council-owned with regulation and council-owned enterprise models of delivery achieve better outcomes on accountability. Iwi Maori partnership, incentives of management and governance, access to financing, scale and scope of efficiencies, and flexibility for the future. We all know status quo is not an option. Working with local government New Zealand, Communities for Local Democracy, and our local iwi partners actually gives us the opportunity to have a voice in getting this right for all our residents, our city, and our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The further speakers? There appear to be none, which does seem unlikely. Councillor Raddick.
Yes, unlikely indeed. I think we have a range of information coming at us about the Three Waters, and it's a pretty broad and complex topic. And even the reading that we've had within council, within our council communication channels, have provided a range of opinions from around the world, and very authoritative opinions, many of them are. And so it's quite a difficult thing, I believe, to navigate and find a clear pathway through. Obviously, there's an easy option just to go with whatever the government says, but our ratepayers have spoken very strongly in favour of the local council retaining control of the assets. Not that they have been polled on such a thing or, you know, tested in terms of their preferences as an overall. However, a great many have represented that view to us. And so I think it's beholden on us to keep ourselves aware of all of the possibilities out there. And some of the data that's been presented to us has been contradicted by other data that we in fact have purchased, you know, from experts. So there are a range of experts in the field, and which, and because they aren't all in agreement, it would tend to suggest that there's, like many things in life, plenty of relative opinions. And so it's beholden on us to canvass all of those opinions and make the best decision we can in the interests of those who we represent. So I believe that joining this group will expose us to a range of possible different inputs to our decision making, and also enable us to procure some expertise that might not otherwise be to us, because, you know, the lack of funding, you know, it's all very well that you know, councils and government can procure, you know, high quality expertise, but, you know, as private individuals or even as individual councillors, we cannot do that. But I think it is a very useful thing for us to be part of this group, because this is quite and as we heard from the chair this morning, you know, they are all encompassing and very much across the whole topic, and very interested in having reform of water. So there's no doubt about the focus of this group. It is for water reform, but achieving that in the best way possible and in the best interests of the people of the South Island in particular, as far as we're concerned. So I think it is worthwhile a group to join and be party to procuring such expertise as is deemed necessary and in fact essential to good decision making in this area, which is of big concern to all New Zealanders.
Thank you, Councillor. A slight correction. It was the Deputy Chair that appeared before us this morning. The Chair of the group is Mayor Helen Warboys of the Manawatu District Council. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I have concerns after hearing Gabriel Huia speak from Tront. You know, that Ngāi Tahu have concerns about this group, but I didn't get a chance to ask her any questions, which I had a whole lot of questions to ask her, and my hand was up, but yeah, the Mayor obviously decided there was enough questions had been asked, so I couldn't ask them, which was very, very disappointing. However, I was very pleased to hear the comments from the Deputy Chair. It's Dan Gordon, who was saying how he fully supports mana whenua and wants to work with them. I mean, that to me is, you know, certainly is very important that we have a good working relationship there. But my main reason why I'm certainly at the moment, well, prior to hearing Ngāi Tahu speak, I was very in support of this. I mean, I probably will still vote in support of it as long as we can work, which I would believe we will. We'll actively work to build a good relationship with mana whenua. But is that the government, in my opinion, needs to be shown that councils are not happy with the way we've been treated. I went along to numerous meetings on Three Waters, as many of you did. And at most of those meetings, if I'll actually go as far as saying all the meetings I was at, people were asking questions and none of the questions could be answered. I went into a governance Zoom meeting that had mayors and councillors from all over the country there, and the consensus from everyone there, including the Auckland Mayor, was that the governance structure was, well, you know, was terrible. So, you know, we haven't had any opportunities to ask questions about this. That I sat in a meeting where Minister Mahuta promised that she wouldn't force councils into this. Next minute we know we're mandated and that's it. And there's been no further talk, no further discussion. And this attitude by the government seems to be just take it, that's it, just accept our decision, we're moving forward now. And, you know, I don't want to sound like an anti-vaxxer, but mandating for this is just not fair and reasonable. And it's also created a lot of fear for, you know, residents when people are scared their assets are going. And there's not a lot of understanding around that. And I don't believe it will be the case, but I don't know. None of us really know. We haven't got answers to questions that we need. So for those reasons, I will be voting in support of this motion.
Councillor Lord.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, look, I can't support this motion. It's not that I disagree with a lot of what's been said on both sides of this argument. We were offered, or we were told originally it would be an opt-in or an opt-out, that no one would be made to do anything. And the minister, before the time came that we'd fixed our particular stance on this and made a concrete council decision, it was determined that we would have to, it would be mandatory and we would have no say in it. And I think, well, I hadn't heard anyone around the table say any different to that. I was pretty sure that most people were thinking that there was certainly not a lot of reasons why we would have wanted to join up. And predominantly, just as Councillor Houlihan's just said, these are assets that they belong to this city. This city has built these assets over 150 years to a variety of ratepayers who would know what any individual has contributed, but they're our assets. I don't like the proposed model, but I don't like this particular model either. I just went back and looked at some videos on YouTube a couple of days ago when I was sort of looking at this that have been put out there. There's still statements by some of these people that I simply don't agree with, and I don't want to be voting on behalf of myself and put my name in with some of these people with some of the statements I've made. There's a couple of things in the MOU that concern me, and I've shared those things privately with Andrew, but just so others that are maybe listening want to know, one council, one vote. Well, you're sitting there and you've got councils like Apotiki with 5,000 odd people. You've got Kaipara with 26,000. You've got Grey District with 14,000. You've got Huranui with 13,000. All of those councils together can outvote us 5 votes to 1, and yet they haven't even got as many residents as us. So I could have possibly been interested in a group that shared common goals. I'm not sure that this group shares completely common goals, and I certainly don't want to be in. I'll just give you an example, but I've been a member for many years of Federated Farmers. Now, when I was on the National Council and we would go and vote, it was always on a pro rata basis. So the number of members determined the number of votes you've got. Now, if we had a vote that was tied to, 1 vote per 10,000 people, that would be a much fairer way of dealing with it. But I'm just not interested myself in joining up where you can get 2 tin pot councils that could absolutely outvote us, and we'd be screwed and we would have no say. And for the privilege they ask, because we're a metropolitan, we contribute at twice the rate of those small councils. So yeah, I just don't agree with this group's style and delivery, sorry, so I can't support.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Manavis.
Councillor Lord has said he disagrees basically because of the style and the representation issues of this group. But how else would you do it? He's talked about, having representation on a pro rata 10,000 person council basis. That's got its issues as well, especially when there are a lot of small councils that don't even have 10,000 people. The amount that's being contributed to basically keep this group going is very small. And in terms of what we have already spent, I think relatively insignificant. In terms of smaller, what's called unkindly, I think, tin pot councils, a lot of these much smaller councils are in a very vulnerable situation without the kind of asset base that we have in order to get their water up to a standard. And I think, as the Morrison Lowe report pointed out, we would have the least to gain of the southern councils by the Mahuta proposal, simply because we are fairly large and have a well-established and basically very good water supply. So the idea that we shouldn't vote for this, I think, basically means that we just lose a voice, and we lose a voice that Christchurch, Timaru and other councils close to us will have. And we also lose the voice largely because in the first place, there was an attempt by our mayor to get us to agree broadly with the changes that MP Mahuta was trying to force on us, and who is now, looks like, succeeding in forcing on us. So the changes, although we can argue they go blue in the face, the changes are not, to me, the major issue. The changes are being coerced. And we've seen far too much coercion from central government lately on a whole range of issues, but the water one in particular is one that affects all of our residents really badly. Voting for this proposal, voting for having a voice on this group will give us an additional voice, which I think will also give the people of Dunedin a better chance of having their view heard regarding Three Waters. So I hope to vote for it.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I cannot support this, and I cannot because when I listened carefully to Ms. Huruia's comment, a very clear statement on behalf of Ngāi Tahu that they did not support this group and all of the reasons why. If we really truly believe that we have a relationship with our local rūnaka and with iwi, then we should be listening to that. If we truly believe in that. And I took very seriously her comments and I wrote them down at the time that she said them. And the first issue she related to us was around equity of access. And my concern is that association with this group and some of its members is about that story being told as ownership, that Māori want ownership of the asset. And that's been echoed in various communities, that misunderstanding. And so I have grave concerns about that, of association with this group and some of its members and some of the statements that they have made. So I cannot support that. I was also taken by the comment she made around the councils for local democracy not turning up to a recent meeting where they could collaborate and could form that genuine partnership. So that's a flag as well. And the concern that it depends on individual councils' relationships with iwi. I don't think we can assume what the genuine nature of those relationships is in every case. To me, this is a splinter group. It might be well-meaning, but Local Government New Zealand is the correct place for advocacy. And it's interesting that they were criticised for having an MOU and the contents of it, but that's exactly a different one, perhaps, what this group is intending to do. I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Elder. Oh, sorry, Councillor Elder and then Councillor Walker.
Kia ora. I think looking back at what Andrew has said and the decisions we have made going throughout this process, one of the things that really stands out to me is the consultation process that the government entered into. And I think going back, we all thought that local communities and local councils and regional councils would have an input into the pre-engagement and the discussion of different ideas and concepts, and also that we would be able to go to our communities who own the assets and ask them what they think. This process did not do that at all. This process had an outcome already set, and there was really no discussion, no option for the community to feedback, no option for local councils and regional councils to feedback other methods and options that maybe are mooted. And so I think Communities for Local Democracy is in response to that lack of consultation, and the community saying loud and clear that they are concerned about that lack of consultation. And I note that Christchurch City Council did have a chance to go to their community and ask what they thought, and we didn't have that opportunity as a council to go to our community. And they were really concerned about the process that the government had gone through in relation to lack of consultation. And I note that the Green Party suggested a reset of this whole process. So I believe that actually iwi have a right to have a voice and a right to have a discussion about all the different options available, which they didn't get. I believe local communities have to have that option to consult and have a bigger discussion about not just one option, but a number of options. We were told we could opt in or opt out, but it was mandated. So I think the whole process has actually meant that people have been disengaged and concerned about the direction it's going. I fully support local government, iwi, and communities for local democracy all having a voice in this, because I believe that robust debate and discussion is what this is about. And when we have robust debate and discussion, and when we sift through all different types of options and what's out there and what can work, what options could work, and that robust debate needs to take place, then we can get better outcomes for everybody. I took note that this group is only 10 weeks old, so it's formative. I agree that the strength of the statement about iwi partnerships is not strong in the MOU, and I would encourage that group, the Communities for Local Democracy, to look at that. But I am happy to endorse supporting this group in the sense that it helps and confronts the government about the process that we have been put through and why we want to actually look at going back and saying, well, actually there should be more than one option on the table. Listen to us and help us be able to go to our communities and listen to them. So, and that's why I'll be supporting this.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Lord, for your succinct and very common sense comments. And I'm like you, I can't support this despite not being a fan of the proposed model. I just don't want my name attached to some of the names on this list. And Councillor O'Malley was correct when he asked the question in the public forum when he pointed out that some of the mayors have come out as anti-Maori. And the one vote that is not population-based, with a group that clearly don't have common goals, is just clearly undemocratic. And answering in response to Councillor Wiley's opening, yeah, I was disappointed and angry that the programme was made mandatory. I've made that very clear. I was mad because a promise was broken and I don't like being lied to. Communities for local democracy. What's the cost? I believe it's 20k, maybe 10 for smaller councils. And in your right to reply, I'd be interested to know what that money is going to be used for. And I certainly hope it's not to take the government to court, because I don't think that's money well spent. So reading through their stuff, it says they want to collaborate to identify alternative solutions to the water structure. The motion states, like joining, we can endorse the Tamata Arawai. We've done that, and LGNZ supports this. They want to endorse meaningful partnership with Mana Whenua. We've done this. LGNZ support this. By joining, we not only agree to sign over our interests to a group representing, from my calculations, just over 1 million people, by the way, less than 20% of the New Zealand population, but we also try to ignore, I think, decisions of council because perhaps we're a bit peeved. We can also, by supporting this, decide to spend 20k to surrender controlling our interests in getting what's best for our community in reforms that are going to happen. I feel much more confident in attaining a positive outcome for the residents of our city if we are in control of our own destiny and backed by an organisation like LGNZ. You want to join us today to join a dubious coalition proposing potential alternative solutions when we are already in a respected and sound coalition, LGNZ. The the LGNZ Three Waters Working Group are at the forefront of discussing changes to government proposals in a constructive and positive way. The government is hearing their concerns on behalf of the New Zealand people, is hearing a majority of councils that will likely strengthen governance, representation, and accountability. That was in their last document that we all get sent. If this is truly about the shape of changes, why would we risk ceding our control to a coalition of councils that does not represent 80% of New Zealand's population? Now I go to the public forum, something that really, really resonated with me, and I'll read a few things that I wrote down. Mayor Dan Gordon, by his own admission, said that iwi Māori representation is weak. Mrs. Huria's exceptionally succinct presentation to us really did resonate with me. And it made it very clear, Ngāi Tahu does not support the coalition for local democracy. She made it clear Ngāi Tahu does not want privatization, but does want to protect ratepayers. I think that's very laudable things to want to be doing. She also said, let's take a pragmatic view, get on board and work with it to get the best outcome we can for all. And finally, she said, we don't want to join this splinter group. It doesn't work and it has failed to engage with iwi Māori. That is good enough reason for me not to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stones.
Thank you, Worship. Mike Lord and Councillor Mike Lord and Councillor Walker have summed up pretty much how I feel. I have to say that I have been extremely disappointed that a promise has been broken. But over time, I've come to the realisation that had government not decided to work with LGNZ on a single option and make that mandatory, we probably would never get a good system across New Zealand. I was sitting, swaying in the balance until this morning, and we had the two presentations. I was deeply concerned that no real effort over a period of 10 weeks had been made to engage with iwi Māori. Yet the words were stated on many occasions that they were taking into account their views. Ms. Huria, on the other hand, spoke clearly, honestly, debunked a number of issues that are being, I guess, spread around some of the aspects of the new structure. And from there, it didn't take me long to realise that I don't believe as a council we want to be part of a splinter group. If this grouping was Auckland, Christchurch, Wellington, all of our major cities, I'd feel differently, because if it was our major cities, it would almost certainly recognise mana whenua. This group has people within it, councils within it, that clearly do not have a working relationship with mana whenua, and if anything, want to fly in the face of any input from Māori in our water. So I'm afraid I can't vote for this. I do still say I am not happy with a broken promise, but I am confident that LGNZ, in its negotiations with government and the work that's going on now to set the framework and the systems in which the new organisations will work, I believe will lead to a good outcome.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I like other speakers, also was disappointed with the mandatory stuff that came in last year. However, I just want to echo what I've said before, and that's about relationships. And no matter how disappointed we are with central government's mandates, this provides us an opportunity to really continue building relationships with mana whenua. We have I think as an organisation and as perhaps individuals, we really do not appreciate how hard colonisation has been for iwi Māori, mana whenua, tangata whenua, the last 180 years. So Ms. Huria's kōrero this morning sealed it for me. And just the history of what her whānau and her hapu's been through in terms of land, loss of equity in all those respects, and the general ongoing lack of access to the basics of life shows clearly we've got a lot of work to do, both at local and central government levels. And finally, 20,000 as membership for this, joining the splinter group, 20,000 is a lot of money to communities and families. So what are we signing up for? And I also reprise what I often say about residents' opinion surveys. It says here that it's more than 1 million voices. And then we talk about the public saying this because a majority of a survey has said this. And again, I say, are they really the voices that we need to hear on a daily basis? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers before we go to the mover's right of reply. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. I mean, in some respects, the way the speeches have gone down today, I could almost say we could have saved ourselves 30 minutes with time, just gone straight to the vote. I would say that if Local Government New Zealand had not signed the heads of agreement without consulting councils on what we as councils wanted to do, we probably wouldn't even find ourselves in this place. If LGNZ was generally our representatives, we wouldn't have found out about the heads of agreement without each council having signed off on an agreement to join that heads of agreement. So splinter groups, and also I would like to point out that every council that we can't stand to be with in the moment is also on LGNZ with us right now. So maybe where we can't stand them so much, we should be leaving LGNZ as well. Do I really want to be associated with this group? Would I wake up tomorrow and say, this is the group I really want to be with tomorrow? Not particularly, but it's the only one we have, unless Councillor Lafiso wants to stand next to the renters when they get an extra $1,000 a year bills put on them in the next 2 years, because the water bill will come directly to your address. Currently, it comes out of your rates. I'm against the structural changes that are about to come. It is neoliberalism. And for all of these people who go on and on and on about it, they're now just disappointed. Disappointed, is that the best you can be? Frankly, I can't get over how people basically work their way out not to have to confront the government on this really bad economic policy. The government is not going to put a cent into this once it's done. It is straight user pays based systems. It is Roger Douglas's grandchildren having a great time with us. And the whole point is those other statements about Tamata Arawai and iwi are simply to say that nobody wants to oppose to moving forward with partnership. But you've got a group that's so under-resourced that you would say those 10 weeks, I tell you those 10 weeks, like I have been part of working with this, and I spent Christmas and New Year just quite literally physically recovering. from the amount of work it takes to fight this government that simply will not listen. We're not. I want to join this group, not because I want to turn the clock back to some time in the past. I want to stop the horrible progression of user pays and right-wing thinking and the government stepping back from its central role and responsibility as looking after the people. The government is quite literally stepping back and saying, we're not going to put any money in. And if we're not going to put any money in, then it has to come through these entities. I'm going to want us to join this. And also to Councillor Staines' comment, Christchurch has joined. When we join, then Wellington will join. If we don't join, we're guaranteed that Wellington and Auckland won't join. And the only way to build up this coalition is to get it one council at a time. And the small ones are smaller and faster to make decisions. That's why they join first. And I do believe there's a smear campaign. Oh, listen, it's not that there's nothing out there to find. You know, Bruce Smith's comments were objectionable. But I would also like to point out that Ms. Huria doesn't understand the West Coast at all because she described something that went on in Grey District. There are 3 district councils on the West Coast. And her commentary around Māori land and Greymouth and the income going to build Greymouth's infrastructure, that's fine. But that's for Tanya Gibson, the Mayor of Grey District, to address. And I guess that's the part I would say. I don't really want someone living in Christchurch telling me that they understand my community. And I don't really believe that this governance structure will actually deliver for Māori or councils. I think we're both going to be sitting in the same place at a distance, watching something we can't control. And it's illusionary. Because we saw some commentary from DIA when we were in Gore. And I've already gone back, I rechecked the water services bill. The Te Mata Arawai statement is already starting to get watered down. It is no longer give effect. It's now give effect based on their area of activity. So they're already stepping back. So if you want to really genuinely believe that Māori are front and center, then go ahead and believe it. But when it turns out they are not, remember you did nothing. You did nothing to stop this government's forward progression. I'm done.
Perfect timing. Further speakers. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Your Worship. For me, this isn't an argument about the 3 orders proposals, and I don't think there's much disagreement, if there's any, around our council table about how unacceptable they are or how ill-conceived they were and how we are appropriately aggrieved and stronger about the way this has progressed. For me, the debate's really about how we best express our opposition and our dissatisfaction with what's gone down. And I have to say that if we've got a beef with LGNZ, then we need to address that with LGNZ. But we are an autonomous organisation and we have every capacity to express our views and our opposition and our suggestions about what might be better and what's not acceptable perfectly clearly on our own, and goodness knows we have enough resources to do that on our own. I have to say that I see no constructive reason for us to get involved with this organisation, and like others, I find the comments from some of the parties involved in it as quite objectionable, and I do not want to be, or I do not want our city to be in the same tent as those people. For me, there is no advantage in the city subscribing to what's suggested here. And I have to look at the explanatory note that we received with the notice of motion, which tells us, first of all, and it was read out by the mover, by joining the coalition, we're going to endorse the formation of Taumata Arawai. Really? We've already done it, and we don't need to join anything to endorse it. It's happened. The most amazing thing, though, is what the next sentence says, that by joining this coalition, we'll endorse meaningful partnership with mana whenua. Well, that's not what I heard on the public forum this morning. In fact, I think it was extraordinarily useful to have both the deputy chair of the organisation and Ms. Huria presenting, because I think what was said unequivocally about the iwi position on this can't be avoided by anyone. And I would be amazed if anyone voted to get involved with an organisation like this after hearing those quite specific comments. I have to also comment on the at the time during that presentation, Councillor O'Malley raised the issue of an invitation to Ms. Huria to continue the discussion, to take up the invitation that she'd made to us earlier. And I hope that will happen. And I know we have the opportunity for further formal opportunities to state our position and our opposition as part of the reporting that the Chief Executive has also referred to today. So for me, there is no point in associating this city, our city, with a group that's got some significant questions hanging over it. I agree with the issue about the lack of democracy in the structure. I'm not being uncharitable about those small councils, because we do know that their incapacity to provide high quality systems, three water systems, is what started all this actually. But I see absolutely no advantage in losing our autonomy to an organisation in which we would have only a very small part to play.
A dwindling number of prospects, but further speakers. Well, in speaking to this, I want us to be 100% clear about what this debate is about. This has nothing to do with what any of us might think about the Three Waters Reform Program or how that has rolled out. And none of us around the table support the proposals as they have been drafted, which has been well covered by discussion and debate and submissions that we've made through the process. This is about, as has been pointed out, what we do about the concerns that we have. And here the resolution is asking us to fall behind an alliance of mostly small rural and provincial councils, with Christchurch as the exception, to fight the reforms and to help fund their campaign, including potentially their futile legal case against the Crown. And as a larger centre, we have the additional privilege of paying extra for that and still only having one vote around the table. And I would put dollars to donuts that this would be the beginning of the funding that is required to mount a campaign on the scale of what is being proposed by this group, which I think is a real risk to us of ending up in a situation where we then have to throw good money after bad. And I'd ask the fiscal conservatives around the table to consider how that aligns with their priorities for our budget decisions. What's worse, in my view, is that we're effectively bound by a collective responsibility here, and that we need to seek to resolve our differences of opinion before we're allowed to have them. And to be honest, it's hard enough sometimes to get a sense of collective responsibility for the decisions that we have made as a council, let alone getting councillors to accept decisions that have been made by a group of other councils. Why would we want to enter an arrangement where we have to get permission from the Mayor of Waimakariri to take a contrary view to this network of small councils? Why would we surrender control of our advocacy strategy? And people can disagree with the approach that LGNZ's taken, and that's a lot of that criticism is fair, actually, and that has been acknowledged. But in no way has LGNZ sought to silence its members that have had a contrary view. That is not the approach that's being taken here by Communities for Local Democracy. Signing up this today, in my view, is writing a blank check to a group of smaller councils to set our strategic approach to advocacy, and in that, it is a complete abdication of our responsibility to serve in the best interests of our communities. And the implications go far beyond the water reform debate. This council has committed to building more meaningful relationships through our with mana whenua under the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. It's why we added and appointed local Runaka reps to sit on 2 of our standing committees, and why we're working on embedding a Te Ao Māori worldview into our strategic framework. The high level commitments, as we've heard this morning at Public Forum, in this MOU to work with Māori aren't worth the paper they are written on. And given the zero involvement there is to date, and I would question really whether iwi Māori and mana whenua groups would even be interested in engaging in this work with this group if the opportunity presented itself. They've done no work to involve them up to this point, and indeed have the bravery to suggest what is good for Māori on their behalf. And elements, as has been discussed, are openly racist. And while it's encouraging to see Mr. Gordon distance himself from them today, there's been very little effort actually being put in by the collective of this group to distance themselves from their more unsavory elements. Not that we're immune, obviously, to the more fringe views around race relations here in Dunedin, but thankfully it is a shrinking minority. And that kind of tacit endorsement, and that's what it is, it's tacit endorsement of those views, and that shouldn't be tolerated. And that is what we are being asked to support by signing this MOU and joining this group. And that, I think, puts at risk years of work that we have done to build our relationships with mana whenua and build on the momentum that we have made. Because elected members need to be clear about this. In this vote today, we're being asked to answer the question, who is more important to us? Why Makariri District Council or Te Runang o Ngāi Tahu? And for me, that is a fairly simple question. And we've heard from Ngāi Tahu today that they're happy to work as a conduit for any suggestions or concerns or queries we might have through the groups they have been appointed to and sit on, and for them to come down and to have a broader discussion with us. And I would welcome us taking up both of those opportunities, but they have no confidence in or interest in working with communities for local democracy, and worse still, raised objections this morning about the way that their conversations have been characterised as formal engagement with iwi Māori. And so if we're serious about the role of the treaty principles in our strategic framework, that alone should be a deal breaker for us. And I want to just add, by way of illustration, to highlight the degree of some of the more desperate and deluded thinking that is going on in the circle which we are being asked to join. I received an email today from Gary Moore, the former mayor of Christchurch, and who's been active in working with this group, suggesting that I let Gabriel Huria be treated poorly in public forum to be able to engender support for Ngāi Tahu's cause and Ngāi Tahu's position. And not only is that wrong, I find that an abhorrent suggestion that this would be a strategic decision on my part as the chair of this meeting to try and generate opposition to this resolution. And I just think those are the sorts of things that members should be aware of in advance of casting their vote. Councillor Wiley, your right of reply.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess the bottom line is water reform will happen, and where we position ourselves on that and how we do that, I guess we'll soon find out. Firstly, I do want to acknowledge both speakers that came to our public forum, Mayor Dan Gordon from Waimakariri District Council and Ms. Gabriel Huria from Ngāi Tahu. I appreciate both of them coming to speak to us on Zoom, and they both brought some very interesting commentary to the debate that we're having. I have taken on board a lot of what has been said about the iwi relationship and how Three Waters will develop with that. And at times I sort of wonder, where are we going as a country and where are we going as a council? We have already agreed at the council level, and the country has done the same, that iwi have a very important relationship with water. And I can tell you, when I've gone through and talked to and seeing all the discussion or all the commentary around communities for local democracy. I believe that, especially your worship, you're really inflating some of the issues and criticism that you think some councils have put out there. Every council around the country that I can see is continuing to improve their engagement with local iwi. 22 of them are going to have iwi as part of their ballot at the next election. Iwi are not going to lose with communities for local democracy. That's my feeling. Okay, I'm not going to speak what Ngā Tahu or any of the representatives. My feeling, and from my research, that's what I believe. And the Costello report actually talked about that as well, and they really covered it off. But let's really focus on local government New Zealand. And basically, I think Mayor Hawkins, you talked about even you thought they had failed in us in some way, in quite a few ways, actually. But the key thing is, we are going to have an ability to have a foot in both camps. We're going to have a voice that's doubled. If you want to have a voice in one camp, guess what? It's going to get swallowed up with 67 other councils. We are going to have a voice with an organisation that actually feels there's a better pathway for all New Zealand. And I think that's the important part that I really want to see our residents, our city assets, and whether it is at every corner of our district, our city, having drinkable water, fresh water delivered to their tap. The bottom line is this is about how do we get the right outcomes for all Dunedin residents, working with our local iwi to ensure we get the most out of Three Waters reform. But I'm sorry, from where I've been sitting and watching, and I haven't spoken too much on it, but I've been observing a lot. The government has got a big steamroller when it comes to Three Waters reform, and it's going to squash everyone. And that's what I'm worried about. I want to be part of a voice. I want to actually have two voices in the camp. Whether we have one voice of local government New Zealand and we have one voices with communities for local democracy. And I can tell you, I'm shocked at councillors referring to splinter groups and when there's in this 27 councils. Every council in this country is important. Every mayor in this country is important. And every councillor in this country is important. They are all working in the best interest of their communities. And I think that's something we all try to do for our community. I believe wholeheartedly that this is in the best interest of Dunedin, our residents, our community, and our city assets. And I think we'll see the benefits for all Dunedin people. And I look forward to seeing what the vote is by division. Thank you.
Nothing surer. Yeah, we'll take the vote by division. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
No.
Councillor Elder. Sorry, Councillor Elder.
Sorry, daydreaming. Aye.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso.
No.
Councillor Lord.
No.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Staines.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your Worship.
No.
Carried 8-7.
Thank you. I'll move that we move into non-public as per the agenda, and further that we adjourn the meeting for 15 minutes. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Thank you.